Yeah, nearly there is an event. Hey, hockey, 16 months. Man, this train game. I'm trying to get it out of my system. Because, man, it can't keep going into space news like this. We gotta stop that. Alright. Okay, cool. I'm gonna get a quick video up and then we'll go into space news. Enjoy.
One of which is the world's largest. Automobile parts are made by pouring iron into sand molds. For the multiple casting of camshafts, shell molds are made of sand and resin. The mold is assembled, buried in a bed of steel shot, and filled with iron. The multiple casting emerges from the shakeout partially covered with the mold material. Hammer blows knock off the gates and risers, leaving only the rough camshafts. They are then cleaned, after which they are inspected and straightened. The shafts are then sent to the engine plant for finishing. In the Dearborn foundry, engine blocks are produced by a complex process in which cores within molds are used to produce the intricate forms. As the block arrives in the engine plant from the foundry, the rough casting weighs 211 pounds. 46 pounds of this material must be machined away, some of it 1/1000th of an inch at a time. The precise final honing of the cylinder walls completes the metalworking operation. During the process, the block has been subjected to a series of critical inspections. An air gauge makes certain that an invisible oil line inside the block has been properly formed. The blocks now move to the engine assembly line. Cylinder bores are inspected and graded with sensitive gauges. The bearings are put into place. These are comparable to the jewels in a watch. Pistons are installed quickly and deftly as the block moves on its way. The assembled engine now goes to the hot test stand where connections are made for coolant and exhaust and for fuel. Electric power is supplied to the starter and this is the fulfillment of the efforts of thousands of workers and suppliers who have helped to bring this engine into being. The longest assembly line in the Rouge is the one where bodies are built. The body shell begins to take form in a welding jig where side assemblies are joined to the roof. body shell is moved to a second welding fixture where it is united with the floor, or underbody. The frame, once a separate component, is an integral part of the unitized body. Welding continues in order to form a strong, quiet, friction-free structure. The welding job is finished and joints are brazed. Craftsmen fill the seams with solder, while others grind the welds and brazed joints to provide a smooth surface for the paint. The doors are installed and the deck lid is added. After a final check and smoothing of all metal surfaces, the unitized body is ready for its coat of color. The body is first coated with phosphate, followed by a double coat of prime paint and a trip through the drying oven. The primed surface is given a careful wet sanding to eliminate blemishes, and then comes the big moment in the paint spray booth. After baking for about an hour, the car emerges with a hard, high finish that will retain its beauty for years to come. The body continues down the line, receiving its weather stripping, glass, hardware, instrument cluster, and other items, followed by final inspection. Every car made at the Rouge is made to order, either for Mr. and Mrs. Customer or for the dealer's stock. The customer's choice of car, model, color, and other options is sent by teletype to final assembly in Dearborn. And the variety of choices is so great, it would be possible to produce cars all day at the Rouge without ever building two exactly alike. Final assembly begins with the front wheel suspension. The alignment must be perfect. A machine called the Octopus provides a means for quick, very accurate alignment. Meanwhile, on a nearby engine dress-up line, transmissions, fuel pumps, generators, starters, and other engine components are installed. On another line, the rear axle and springs are assembled for attachment to the body. Here come the bodies. And now, all the right parts and components, made and assembled in many locations, will arrive at just the right time for the right car, exactly as ordered by Mr. and Mrs. Customer. The completed car is given a careful visual inspection by an eagle-eyed inspector. And the miraculous moment comes when the world's newest automobile springs to life under its own power. The car is tested for headlamp and wheel alignment. The engine, transmission, instruments, brakes, and other parts of the car are given a thorough testing on the roll test machine. The operating components are performing beautifully. How about the body? The water is spraying at 100 gallons per minute, equivalent to driving at 90 miles an hour in a heavy rainstorm. But it's a sunny day in Dearborn. A brand new car, eager to go, is on the way to its new owners, built to order by the men, the women, the mills, and machines of this dynamic industrial city, the Rouge.
All right, guys, I'm just finishing up eating my food here, and we'll go. I'm trying to find one more here. That Rouge one was cool. You might be getting yourself an Ender 3. Oh, careful. Rabbit hole. Careful. JPEG? Oh no. I'm trying to think what we can see here. Ooh. Oh no, I can't show that. That's not public. Not public domain. Damn. Hey Sim, what's going on, dude? I'm just catching me eating lunch here. I try to show like educational stuff. Actually, you know what? Let's just go old school. Let's go jam handy here. Well, I'm eating. Here, this one will work. This is always good. Here we go. We'll be right back.
Meet Mr. Archimedes of ancient Greece. Long ago, Archie said,
"Give me a lever long enough and I can move the world."
What Archimedes meant was that the power of a lever is practically unlimited. Today, almost everyone uses some form of lever in his daily work. The familiar can opener is a lever with a sharp cutting edge. The playground seesaw is just a simple lever too. It takes a lot of force to start a freight car moving, yet the railroad man can start the heaviest freight cars easily
yes.
with a pinch bar.
Railroad
a
man.
Powerful lever which turns the wheel. Tough luck, old boy. Here's a place where a lever comes in mighty handy. Let's take the simplest kind of lever, a rigid bar working on a fixed support called a fulcrum. One end of this lever is twice as long as the other. Let's put a 10-pound weight on this end, and now we'll put half as much weight on this end. 5 pounds, balance 10. If we have 25 pounds to lift, we just use a longer lever. The 5 pounds will now balance 5 times as much. Let's raise the lever in the air, change its shape a little, and we have a crank. Or we can add a second lever and have a double crank. Now the short arm moves 1/4 the distance, but we get 4 times the force. If we want continuous motion, we need more arms. Now we have levers that turn. The larger paddle wheel makes fewer turns, but it delivers more force. A paddle wheel is nothing but a never-ending series of levers. We can make the wheels stronger and lessen friction where the wheels touch each other by rounding off the edges and shaping them into teeth that will slide in and out smoothly. Now, the power flows smoothly and continuously through spinning leverage of gear wheels. Gears are made in many kinds and many sizes. Little gears, big gears, worm gears, bevel gears, and even lopsided gears. Over 100 million gears are spinning over the roads in the transmissions of our automobiles. The transmission is located right at the bottom of the gear shift lever. Let's start from scratch and put together a model of the gears that we shift in our motor car. The shaft on the left comes from the engine. The shaft on the right carries the power back to the rear wheels. To connect these two with gears, we'll need another shaft, known as a counter shaft. These two gears carry the power from the engine shaft to the counter shaft and are always connected or in mesh. This gear on the drive shaft going to the wheels is free to turn around the shaft. We'll put it in mesh with another gear on the counter shaft. These gears are always in mesh and keep turning while the engine is running. To switch from one set of gears to another, our transmission needs a short shaft like this, known as a clutch sleeve. It cannot turn on the drive shaft, but it is free to slide back and forth. On the sleeve, we'll mount a large gear, which we can shift back and forth to mesh with the small gear in the middle of the counter shaft. We are now in neutral. The gears that are always in mesh are turning over with the engine, but the shaft to the rear wheels is standing still. A 3,000-pound automobile takes a lot of force to start. So in low speed, we get the greatest leverage by letting the smallest gear on the counter shaft turn the largest gear on the drive shaft. The engine on this model is running at a constant speed of 90 revolutions a minute. With low gears in mesh, the rear wheel is turning at 30 revolutions a minute, about a third the speed of the engine, but with 3 times the force. The power is going through these gears in the transmission. After we've started the car rolling, we want fast pickup. So we shift into second by sliding the sleeve backward to mesh with this gear on the shaft to the rear wheels. The wheel is now turning at 60 revolutions a minute, and the power flows through these gears. For higher speeds, we let the power go directly to the rear wheels. We shift the sleeve forward so that it meshes with the shaft from the engine. The power travels straight from the engine to the drive shaft. Now the shaft to the wheels is turning at 90 revolutions a minute, the same speed as the engine. But here's a problem. An automobile must be able to go backward as well as forward. So we add one more set of gears to reverse the shaft to the rear wheels. With the gears shifted into reverse, the power travels through the transmission in a path like this. We now have 3 sets of spinning levers for going forward and 1 for reverse. With a gear shift lever, we can shift to any set of gears we wish. But with all these spinning levers in the transmission came noise and wear. Experts could shift gears quietly by careful timing of the gear shift and the engine speeds, but most of us made plenty of noise until new engineering developments made possible the long series of improvements that followed. When we shifted gears, we got a clash because the gears were not running at the same speed. In other words, not synchronized. So engineers set to work to develop a synchronizer. The synchronizer works like a cork twisted into the top of a bottle. The cork will turn until it is so tight that the bottle turns with it. Synchro mesh works the same way. When we shift into second or high, the synchronizer brings the gears to the same speed before they come together. The drums won't let the gears shift unless they are turning at the same speed. When the gears come together, there is no clash, and the shift is made quietly and easily. In the transmission of the up-to-date automobile, we have a powerful low gear to give us a strong spinning leverage in starting. A fast-turning motor must set the weight of the car in motion. In second speed, we can change leverage to get going fast at the same engine speed. With the leverage of third gear, power goes directly to the rear wheels, and we can go as fast as we want. Now, every driver can shift gears at any time, regardless of speed. Here is a hill that will give us a real chance to see how smoothly and reliably our spinning levers work in our automobile transmission. This driver is going to let her car gain a speed of 60 miles an hour down the hill. Then she will shift into second speed and bring her car easily and safely under control before it reaches the bottom of the hill.
Remember, on this hill, do not hump. Remember, when you take the wheels, do not hump the wheels. You thought that was the thing for a second, didn't you? Americans drive stick. Driving stick. Can you drive stick? Yeah, of course. 2 of my cars have stick shifts. The truck and the Mustang have stick. And the 59 would have stick if it ran. Wait, where is EJ? This is Babby EJ. Of course I can drive stick, man. Damn. My daily driver has a stick shift in it, Alleviate. But yeah, for the vast majority, you want nobody to steal your car in the United States? Have a manual transmission. Not everyone knows how to drive it. Maybe like, I don't know, 20% of people over here, maybe 30 at best. Like, it's not a lot. People don't know how to drive stick, and that's great. Did you catch the latest tip to the railroad heritage of Midwest America? No, I haven't, Hasty. Fill me in. Can Bremo drive stick? Yes, Jackal. In the car. Yes. Yeah, there's like... Yeah, Ford stopped car production in the States in 2019, and yet Bremo has a 2020 Fusion, so they rolled that back real quick. Wait a minute. The latest donation to the Railroad Heritage Museum of Midwest America. They donated $39.85? In the UK, a manual license, you can also drive auto, but an auto license cannot drive manual. Is that something the USA... What? You have different license for driving different transmissions? In road cars? No, we don't... No, Alleviate, you don't have that. Once you get your license, you get your license. Our licenses go by weight. Weight of the automobile over here, or whatever you're driving. You want to drive a heavier truck, you're going to need a commercial driver's license, or a CDL. But for the most part... Alright, so like, I have a class, what is it, a class E or a class D? I don't have a CDL or anything. I can drive pretty much, I can drive here. I don't think you need a CDL for an F650. I can drive this with one license right there. Yeah, that thing. Yeah, that's an F650. Mine's a 250. I have a 250. That's a 650. It's basically a semi-truck. You have to have a license to tow as well? Ugh. Huh. It's Class D in Massachusetts. Yeah, there you go. How expensive is that F650? If you have to ask, you can't afford it, man. Where's the 750? The 750 O-Force is actually called the L7000, if you really want to know. You might recognize the L7000. This is technically an F750 right here. You might recognize it. Know that from somewhere in the space program. Let me get a picture. So, like I said, you may have seen it before. That's the L series. So there's the L7000, 8000, and 9000. That was Ford's semi-truck. It's technically a 750, 850, and a 950. They're really good trucks. People hold on to them because they were really well made. They haven't made them since the 90s. They sold off their truck division in the 90s, but you might recognize it because, well, here, let me show you a picture. Whoop. Interesting, Supercraft, interesting. Yeah, they use it to... ULA restored their L9000 that they had because it's good at what it does. They restored it, and they use it to move Atlas and Vulcan stages and Centaur stages around. Yeah, pretty cool, huh? They still use it, man. That truck's like 30 years old. That truck's as old as my truck, the F250. It's from the 90s. They still use it, and ULA, like I remember Tori Bruno talking about this on Twitter. ULA restored it. They paid to have it frame off restoed. That's why it looks so good. Yeah. If you build something to last, it's going to be built to last. Those L9000s are great trucks. Everyone I know, like here, look. Everyone I know freaking that knows anything about this is like, yeah, that's a good truck. It is a good, and it is. Look, they're pulling a Centaur stage with it. That thing right there, that truck right now is pulling around probably some Atlas or Vulcan parts right as we speak. Probably right now. Actually, it's 6 o'clock. It's probably parked, but. I wonder how they store the nose cone fifth wheel when attachment is not in use. Actually, landing gear. See the peg on the side? It just has landing gear like a regular. So actually, if you really want to know, so this thing right here, this is the Atlas 5 fifth wheel interface adapter. So basically, they made an interstage, right? And they bolted it to a fifth wheel. So see that latch right there? That's how they actually pick Atlas 5's core up. They just latch the crane to where my mouse cursor is, and they lift it up, and then they put the back trailer, Where is it? Let me find it. Okay, so if you look at the back trailer, right? See the yellow part? The yellow part has a peg sticking out. They actually lift the Atlas V off of that trailer right there, and they set it down on an A-frame. They set it down on an A-frame. There's a better picture of it. See? Set it down on an A-frame, and they pivot off of the A-frame. There's the A-frame right there. See it? And then, when this thing is all fine and dandy, when it's ready to go, they take the top piece, the top piece that thing is just being held right there. That's pretty neat. And it goes. They can. What do they do? I forget. I think this thing right here, if I'm remembering right, that thing can bolt to the back piece. See this thing right here? That bar? It can all go onto that back truck. So this thing will go vertically on here, right? And it'll attach somehow in the vertical position, so it's like conic upright. And then the fifth wheel goes off the front, and it could just tow this thing back. If I'm remembering how that works. I forget. Don't remember. But yeah. It's actually really freaking smart. I know that this thing goes horizontal. It's like in the horizontal position. They pull it up vertical, and then they place the booster down, and they let it off, and they put it down. They put it down vertically. I just forget how they do it. I forget how they put it back on the truck. I'm fairly confident that thing, when they're not using it, right, or when they need to bring it back to Alabama, it's riding on this thing. Those set of wheels out back. I'm pretty dang sure, but we'd have to ask Tori Bruno about it. Because honestly, a fifth wheel trailer hitch like that is not. That's pretty damn smart, actually. Is that on a ship? Why is it chained? Yep. ULA has a roll-on, roll-off ship. Oh, they have multiple L9000s that they've restored, by the way. Yeah, it's called Rocket Ship, MV Rocket Ship. It's a roll-on, roll-off ship. Yeah. See? Bird. Oh yeah, RS. That's right. RS Rocket Ship. That's right. Yeah, they're Thomas, aren't they building another one of these now? The ULA is buying another one, if I'm remembering right. Geek, it's cool because these trucks have been all over the U.S. There's a mooring dock at Vandenberg too, so that means that these things have to go down through the Panama Canal, up the Baja coast, right, to Vandenberg. These trucks have been at Vandenberg. These trucks have been at Cape Canaveral. They're all over the place. I was impressed by the small details. Yeah, Meeps, I'm a nerd, man. Nerd of the highest caliber. Like it's bad. Like, please send help. So Atlas parts are towed via a truck. The Deltas are actually really cool. They're on these transport stands right here, and then a specially designed vehicle drives underneath it and picks it up on its back. It's really cool. It's like a big SPMT, but it's the COMAG. I forget what the thing is. I forget what it's called. ULA has a name for it, but it's basically a specially designed self-propelled modular transporter. So it's like an SPMT at the front, and then a huge crossbar in the center, and then an SPMT at the back. That thing, it's a specially designed vehicle. It'll drive underneath the booster, pick it up off of its stands, and go. Another fun fact here, these stands are with Delta all the way to the launch pad. Yeah, this transport stand stays with it the entire time. If we look at Delta 4 integration, so when Delta 4 is ready to go, the same vehicle will drive up underneath it, pick up the entire Delta 4 stack, the entire thing, and then it'll drive it out to Slick 37. And they basically have a platform here, a transport, or well, an erector, right? And that the COMAG rests the booster down on the erector right there, and they bolt the transport stands to the erector, and that brings it vertical, and then they unbolt the stands, bring it back down, truck picks them up, brings them back. Delta 4 is cool, man. Delta 4 was... one of the reasons why Delta 4 ended up being so freaking expensive is because this system right here, this transport truck, transport stands thing, that was designed to fly on the frequency of Falcon. Delta and Atlas were built in anticipation of basically the launch market that we're seeing now. They were built in anticipation of that, so Delta 4 was engineered in a way to be able to quickly put this thing together. And yeah, Delta has a reaction frame just like Falcon Heavy does. It's pretty similar. I've seen this reaction frame. See where this picture is taken? I've stood where this picture is taken, which is actually really cool. ULA let Das and I in there one time. I don't know why, but they did. And all the guys there were like, yeah, Falcon Heavy's going to put us out of business. I'm like, dude, it's Delta. It's amazing. I don't care what anybody says. Yep, I know, Plun Sister. See last is, as you're saying, like Falcon. Yep. Nice, JM. That's cool. Talking about ULA, cursed rocket picture of the day. All right, that's where we'll start space news, huh? Okay. ULA, United Launch Alliance, uses the Delta IV rocket, but not like that. Cursed rocket image of the day. You know what? I don't hate it. I don't hate it. I don't hate it. I don't hate it, man. Shame they end up in the ocean. They're designed to be expendable, Dad. That's why they only have that's why they went with the R68, single engine right there. Look at the one from yesterday. Oh no. Okay. Remember that one time when we were talking about how we want Delta IV to land on the barge? And how we said we wanted that? I want that more. That's actually, believe it or not, more realistic. As weird as that sounds. Yeah. Does the Delta IV use an RL-10 upper stage? Is it like Centaur? Yep. That could have been done. F1, you'd have trouble deep throttling the F1, but it could be done. Ian, was ist? Dude, it's not a bad idea. If we just figure out a way to deep throttle those F1s, we're good to go, man. Yeah. Just find a way to deep throttle that. And then, yeah, you'd be set to jet, man. But, yeah, nope. Nope. And 4 verniers for landing? That would be cool, Pigzig. A little bit on the complicated side, but cool. Anyway, all right, let's see what else is going on in the world. So, actually, these came out yesterday, and I wanted to show you guys. They, in fact, did do helicopter on Mars again. Okay? Does the center engine even gimbal? No. Fixed center engine on Saturn V, Balk. Yeah. It's the engines on the outside gimbal. Yep. F1 didn't throttle at all. Yeah, yeah. Ian, that's what I like to tell people. The F1 is a liquid fuel engine. Or a solid fuel engine that identifies as a liquid fuel engine. Yep. It's true. And you know what? It is completely valid. Drink to that. It's basically a solid rocket booster, but with liquid fuel. You know, like, hear me out, guys. Hear me out. What if we just took those solid rocket boosters, but made them liquid fuel instead? Yeah, it really only has 2 settings, off and on. And that's about it. Okay, new plan. You take away the S1C, Take away the S1C. You with me? Put a Saturn V S2 underneath that with 5 J2s, right? And then make it the size of the S1C. You're welcome. That's not enough thrust. I'm doing the math in my head. That is not nearly enough thrust. We would need 30 more J2s. Yep. So, N1. Yep, no, okay, never mind. Don't do that. Use the 5 F1s. That's fine. Anyway, check this out. They did helicopter on Mars again, but this time it caught something that's actually really freaking cool. Look at this. They flew Ingenuity around and found the aeroshell and the parachute that Ingenuity and Perseverance came down on. Is that cool or what? Oh, that's so cool. They found the parachute in the aeroshell that the thing came down on. Now, if you're wondering what the hell are we looking at here, I'll show you. So, if you're not familiar with the Perseverance landing, this is, I'm telling you, it is nuts. You'll see, you could see like a 3D render of it, but honestly, you won't believe me. So, I'm gonna just show you the real footage here, okay? Watch this. So this is coming right from NASA. Watch this. So there's
indicate chute deploy.
See the chute? That's that chute on the ground. And it's attached to an aeroshell, okay? So they're going to deploy the heat shield. There goes the heat shield. And the heat shield is at the front of the aeroshell that holds it in place, right? And the aeroshell has the rover inside of it now. And they're going to dump the aeroshell here in a second. Here. This is cool to see in real time. Yep. Just a reminder that a comically large S1C can solve any lift problem. Yep.
Nav filter converge. Velocity solution 3.3 meters per second. Altitude 7.4 kilometers.
Now has radar lock on the ground. Current velocity is about 100 meters per second. 6.6.
So see right here how there's a back fairing to the rover, and then there's the chute behind it. It's going to jettison the rover here in a second. Watch this. It poops it out the bottom. It's really cool.
Perseverance is continuing to descend on the parachute. We're coming up on the initialization of terrain relative navigation and subsequently the priming of the landing engines.
Okay. Watch.
LVS valid.
We have confirmation that the lander vision system has produced a valid solution and part of terrain relative navigation.
Priming. TVA is nominal.
We have priming of the landing engine.
Watch. They're gonna just pop this thing off. You'll know it when you see it. There it goes!
Shell set.
Current velocity
Okay, so look right here at the infographic. It's kind of hard because the YouTube player's in the way, but the back shell right there and the parachute were basically its drogue. And then
3 meters per second at about 2.6 kilometers from the surface of Mars.
This thing comes down on a jetpack.
The back shell has separated. We are currently performing the divert maneuver. Current velocity is about 75 meters per second at an altitude of about a kilometer off the surface of Mars.
TRN safety Bravo.
We have completed our terrain relative navigation. Current speed is about 30 meters per second, altitude of about 300 meters off the surface of Mars. We have started our constant velocity accordion, which means we are conducting the sky crane, about to conduct the sky crane maneuver. The sky crane maneuver has started. About 20 meters.
It's still ridiculous. It's still ridiculous. Did this actually happen? Are you kidding me? This happened.
We're getting signals from MRO.
What?
Tango Delta.
TD.
Touchdown confirmed. Perseverance safely on the surface of Mars, ready to begin seeking the signs of past life.
Yeah. So, Ingenuity, the helicopter that it was carrying, they did a helicopter on Mars, went and got some pictures of the aeroshell after it bounced down, which is just... Man, that's cool. I know, Spearcraft, I'm with you. Oh, so freaking cool, dude. I could have craned better. Yeah, okay. See, there's the chute. It's so strange, man. It's a little damaged here, but they gotta find the jetpack. I agree. We should do more helicopter on Mars. Yeah. They should find the sky crane next. Yeah, Thomas, there we go. Here's what that looked like before. This was before it hit the ground going really fast. Yep. There's its heat shield right there. Should probably go find that too.
Discovery.
So the front fell off. Well, the front was the heat shield. Yeah. You guys want to know something else? A little bit of a fun fact here. See that right there? That's the PAF. The rover attached upside down to the rocket. This would be the part that was attached to the second stage. Pretty neat, huh? Yeah. We only have one kind of shot from the program of where the sky crane crashed. See that cloud over there? It's okay that the front fall off because it was outside the environment. Yep. I wonder how much the heat shield survived. Yeah, probably not much. Probably not much. But still, they got pictures of it with the helicopter. Can you believe that? That's on Mars, man. You could look, you can see all the parachute rigging and everything. All the rigging seems to be pretty dang intact. Yeah, right. Okay, but the coyote style puff, yeah. It looks like it hit the ground at some speed here, which is another thing about landing on Mars. Anybody that's ever done Duna landings in KSP, it's a little bit tough. You only have a little bit of aerodynamics to slow you down. You got to do the majority of the braking yourself, because if you don't, this happens. I can't believe that the parachute rigging is that intact. Look, I'll bet you could reuse that parachute. I don't see why you couldn't. It very much looks like, I mean, because think about it. If this thing hit the ground, it hit the ground, don't get me wrong. It hit the ground pretty damn hard, right? Probably, I don't know. This is all carbon fiber, so I don't know. I don't even know how much it would hit the ground, how much it would impact. But clearly, because the parachute blew all the way over there, that it wasn't too hard and the parachute had time to fall over to the side, right? Just go to Eve. There's plenty of atmosphere to slow down. But see how the parachute's all the way over there? It clearly didn't hit the ground going too fast, because if it hit the ground going fast, the parachute would be right on top of it. You could use it as a tarp to hold out a Mars atmosphere while trying to catch up with the Hermes. I agree. It's a guess. I'm pretty sure it's carbon fiber, but let me look at this picture again. Yeah. Yeah, I can't tell. It could be aluminum. It's probably carbon fiber aluminum if I had to guess to save weight, but I'm not sure. That's pretty cool, man. Pretty freaking cool. I mean, that's splintering like carbon fiber style. So, I mean, like, look at it. Look at how it's fracturing. If we get a, where's the close-up shot of it? I was looking at it. Let's do some exploring here. Yeah, see how it's cracking? Aluminum doesn't crack like that unless under crazy shear load. It bends. I mean, to shear metal like that, especially aluminum, there has to be a lot of force. And judging by these colors right here, I'm not entirely sure that it was that. I mean, it definitely hit the ground at some speed, though. Yeah, creeper, right? Yeah, see? Parachute rigging is all good to go. Could reuse that chute. Why does it look tasty like that? I mean, it looks like a toasted marshmallow, I guess. Kerbal engineering is clearly the way of the future. This hover, while landing the rover, Falcon 9 boosters, Starship flip and land, Mechazilla chopsticks, catching boosters, I think KSP is just ahead of the curve. Yep. Yup. You're not wrong. Anyway. Alright. Meeps. After like a week, shall we? I got some stuff about Blue Origin here. About the NS-19 mission that Meeps flew on here in chat. Let's see. You got a video here? Yeah, here we go. It's a 30-minute video, and I think you guys might appreciate it. Here, let's check it out. It's got lots of unseen footage. That's Meeps right there. Nice watch. Meeps flew on the NS-19 mission. There he is right there. Floating around. Whatever. Yeah, they gave him to us. Omega Speedmaster. They gave you a Speedmaster, dude? That's a really nice watch. Damn, man. That's a really nice watch.
I don't know how to start this, but
Alright.
I'm in the trailers in the astronaut village. You see, they've got like welcome astronaut. I'm so excited. So excited.
All
It's
right.
so fancy. There's like a fancy bathroom and then like the fancy bed.
Oh, Airstream, dude. Airstream.
Oh, check this out. Check this out. In the bathroom. Look at this view. Whoa. Whoa. Oh wow, look, they know me so well. The art on the wall.
They put you in the Leica trailer.
I'm assuming this is that.
They put you in the Leica trailer. I'm sorry, that makes me laugh. That's really funny. That's Leica, the first animal in space. That's awesome, dude. That's so good.
I don't remember the name. Leica, the first dog in space. This is the outside. We can go harass my dad. He's this one. Letter. It says, Dear Astronaut Bess, welcome to West Texas and New Shepard Flight NS-19. We're both looking forward to spending the next several days with you as you embark on what we will hope be a life-changing journey. L-4, that's today. L-4, launch -4 days. And they gave me a schedule. That's
Cool.
what I've been doing all day today. They have a fully stocked wardrobe. I didn't bring any of this. This is all shirts and stuff that they've provided. Let's see, Bess. Astronaut ice cream.
Yo, if they have Dippin' Dots, I'm gonna lose it.
Space rocks, yes. Pop rocks. I mean, sorry, space rocks. Moon cheese. They're doing this on purpose. I see it. I see it.
Boom, smash, cut, forward. Hi, it's been a few months since that last clip that you just saw. We're going to be showing more footage from the actual, launch here in this video, but I wanted to interject with some Q&A questions that I asked you guys way back then and haven't answered until... So let's start with my favorite...
Hold on one second. I have a question, Meeps. Can your chair do this? I have a question. Can your chair do that? Is that possible? It can do this? Nice. Good man. Good man.
question.
Good man.
Which is this one here. It says, I'm curious what the training was like. It's not often you get to hear about how they train people off the street to strap into a rocket. So let's get into that.
I think a lot of people are surprised when they hear about what the week leading up to the launch was actually like. Because it's kind of like a space camp. It's not a crazy 2-year-long training experience because flight profile is honestly mainly autonomous. There's not much that the crew has to do in a nominal flight. We basically just need to know safety stuff and what to do in an emergency, as well as some other fairly simple logistics. So basically, we arrived a few days before the launch, got into our nice Airstreams, and had food and schedules and all that laid out for us in advance. And all we had to do was show up, do the things on our schedule, and pass the exam at the end, which is an important point. The FAA requires you to pass an exam to be able to be certified as flight ready for this kind of mission. So there was some kind of classroom training that we had to do, but it was all pretty easy and straightforward, and I had a lot of fun. We would get to the training facility in the morning and put on our flight suits. We were wearing them at all times during training so that we would be comfortable in them when it came to mission time. But they also had refreshments and fancy spinny chairs, and they even gave us iPads to take notes on. The iPads had little practice tests and refresher lessons on them that we could do on our own time. In the training facility, they also had a replica of the capsule itself and the seats. And when we first got there, they weighed us and measured us
Shepard's daughter,
so
right
that
there.
They could make the seats
Yes,
as
that Alan
comfortable
Shepard.
and supportive as possible. And then they also ran our weight distribution calculations to assign our seatings. I was in number 5, which was right behind my dad.
All right, so this is the training capsule, crew capsule. This is my seat here, seat number 5. Astronaut Meeps right there.
Yeah, no
Good
tribbles.
information,
Various are
like
fine.
Mach,
No tribbles,
Gs,
Isaac. No tribble. Hell
mile per
no.
hour feet.
No, hell no.
You could also
No,
do
we don't
it
want that.
in
I saw
metric if you don't
I
want
saw
to
that
do
documentary. It didn't end well.
5-point harness. We've trained very well on how to
another
take
5-point.
this on and off and all that. This is my thing. I'll be making some faces at this camera that's right above my seat, and yeah, this is
Oh, that's cool.
deal. This is what we've been training it.
The classroom training was basically slideshows with information and video examples from the previous 2 flights, showing us what to do and what not to do, and going over, emergency scenarios. The replica of the crew capsule, which they called the Tortoise, was used to run flight simulations. And these were pretty basic. There wasn't any physical movements or G-force training going on with the simulations. The main purpose of the replica in those simulations is so that once we're doing the actual mission, we're used to what everything looks like and where everything is on the inside. So there's no confusion and we can just execute. They also play the flight sounds at full volume. So we know exactly how every stage of the flight will sound and how loud it will be.
That looks like fun.
Then, of course, you also get to practice.
I'm just gonna precurse that for a second. Not precurse. I'm gonna interject for a moment. I wanted to show you guys this. Check this out. So New Shepard is the rocket that Cameron flew on here, that Meeps flew on. So check this out. New Shepard is right here, and New Shepard's designed to go up and down. It's a suborbital rocket that's designed for spaceflight tourism. Okay, it goes into space. It goes above the universally regarded definition of space. It's about 100 kilometers, about 62 miles that way. I thought it's cool because if you look at this infographic, you have New Shepard right here, and then you have Old Shepard right there. Freedom 7, the Mercury Redstone mission, put Alan Shepard in space. That was the first American in space, and he flew on a very, very similar trajectory. That's why this rocket is called New Shepard. It's because it's based off of the Freedom 7 flight. Now, I think Freedom would have been a pretty sweet name, but I mean, I'm quite fond of that. Wait, yeah, Smib, so what? You didn't mention it to Blue. They were the ones that brought it up, if I'm recalling correctly. And you guys, don't be dicks, all right? Let's learn about space. Don't get confused.
Practice all the emergency scenarios and, other non-nominal events. They showed us what to do if we needed oxygen masks, where to get those.
It was just a general
capsule,
announcement, Smith, okay?
What buttons to press if there was a fire. They also have us practice getting into the seats in 1G, so normal gravity, and 0G.
That's a 5-point harness.
When we're in space.
So, Meeps, this is a 5-point harness from a race car. Me being the most stereotypical person ever, Mr. Big Rocket Horsepower guy, that's a 5-point from a drag racer. SpaceX actually has a similar harness in Dragon. It looks exactly like that. Yeah, it's a racing harness. I mean, it works. The racing harness in the dragsters is designed in case you go off the road and hit a wall going really fast, that you stay in your seat and don't get hurt.
We can get back into our seats before it starts coming down and we start hitting heavy G-forces. We also went over the entire load process, like climbing the tower, ringing the bell, and what that would all be like.
Yeah, guess that's something to do on your own time. Check it out. I mean, once again, dudes, like, we're here for
So
space.
that
Remember that,
on
okay?
launch day, there would be no holdups, and we would just know exactly what we were doing, including where
I
to
mean,
stand
Meeps
for
didn't have to
pictures.
share this footage with
But
us,
yeah,
dudes.
it was pretty simple. Most of the critical information.
I'm gonna pause again for a second here. Meeps didn't have to share us this footage, and he doesn't have to sit around here and freaking wait for me to show the video off. All right, so be cool. All right.
Like the stuff that was on the test, it was all pretty basic stuff, like terminologies and what to do in specific emergency scenarios.
So Meeps
as well
flew
as,
with his dad,
you know, what the
which
lights
is really
and
cool.
information on the crew information panel in front of us when we're
First
sitting in our
father and
seats,
son in
what all
space,
that
which I
means.
think, I mean, that's pretty
'cause
neat.
That's, you know, the primary
pretty
source
neat.
of our information in case Capcom
And Pilch, thank you for the
breaks up,
resub, dude.
you know,
I
like
appreciate it.
we don't hear from the comm team. It's honestly a lot of just
Yeah,
small
Meeps, I don't-
logistical stuff.
Meeps, I don't know how we should explain that. I mean, give me 1 second. So, Meeps, I mean, if you want to take the time to explain that, I'll be honest. I'll be honest with you. I'm a little ignorant to it, not willfully. That's something I don't get down on, I guess. With me, it's the rocket stuff. So you'd probably be better explaining it than your boy here. That's like uncharted territory for me, you know. Yeah. So anyway, let's jump back and enjoy it.
But the test is multiple choice, so
Like, I don't know how we
was
could
pretty
explain it
easy.
while being
honestly,
family
probably
friendly.
easier than like the written driver's test.
All right, I think that answers pretty much all of the questions I got
Okay, Meeps,
about
there you go.
training and Astronaut Village. So we're gonna move on. I'm not gonna specifically answer each and every one because I think I covered all your questions. But
I don't know, Goldie,
not
maybe.
comments below. Anyway, let's get to the next question, which is, what was it like sitting in the rocket waiting for it to launch? Also, what was the launch itself like? The feelings of the rocket and the G-forces.
Yeah, Cal.
And
Inspiration
honestly, I
was
think
longer.
the best way to answer this question is to show you the footage of inside the capsule. You'll be hearing us chatting, what we were chatting about. So without further ado, let's roll the highlight reel of launch day itself.
I like this part. I'm quite fond of this. So, fellas, I can explain the differences between this and other rockets in a moment, but let's enjoy this.
Everybody ready?
Of course. Right?
You guys are with Capcom from here on out. I will see you when we get back.
Thank you very much.
The abort motors are in there, Mycon.
We appreciate you.
Astronaut Meep, how do you read?
Loud and clear.
Good morning, Original 6, and welcome aboard
Nice.
the ISS.
All right, guys. Laura, when your father became the first American to go into space 6 decades ago, it took the entire resources of a nation state, a determined nation state, to do that. And today, you guys can do it in a completely different way. That, for humanity, is what's called progress. And big things start small. This is how it starts. You guys are going to have fun. Enjoy yourselves. And Godspeed.
We're happy to be on.
Imagine getting a pep talk from that guy. Like, if he's telling you you're gonna do good, I'd be like, thanks, man. Damn. Thank you.
Capsule.
Whoa.
Go. Booster. Go. Ground. Go. Safety. Go. Capcom. Go. Engineering. Go. This is the flight director. New Shepard is go for launch. Booster. Commence the terminal count.
I mean, Creeper,
Luca flight.
I'm impartial, to be honest with you. But yeah. All right.
Camry, next time can I just take you for a walk in the park?
I mean,
Take us fishing.
Take him to a baseball game. Football game.
you asked me to come. I didn't ask you.
Thank you all to all of my new friends here. That's gonna be great.
Does that include me?
This would be fun.
Do I count? Okay.
Meeps, on a scale from 1 to yeet, how fun was this?
This is probably the most time we've spent together in the past like 5 years.
Yeetus. Okay. Okay.
I think that'd be true for any father son.
Excellent.
It's just to get that quality time. Day after day.
You want to fly again if I get to go?
The gate is now retracted.
You can do it, man.
Can't see it.
I don't know where I'm going to get a $250,000, but... All right, cool.
Oh, here we go, baby.
Straight hit!
Yeah.
Wait, he's a giant. I don't like him. Nah,
Look at
he's
that
all right.
red side. It's
First up, you may feel the rocket moving as we test the fins and gimbal the engine.
All right. Almost 1 minute.
Love Strahan getting fired up, dude. I'd be right there with him. I'd be like, let's do this.
Love it. I can't believe this. I just can't believe this. Are we dreaming or what?
No. Yes, we are.
It's the real thing.
All right, let's do this. Let's do this. Laura.
Light this candle.
Yeah. Here we go.
Send it. Bye-bye. Oh, that looks like fun. Oh, I'd do that. Yep, absolutely. Oh, I'd do that. Yep, that's kick-ass, man. Yep, yep. Oh, I'd do that. Yeah, absolutely.
Great. The sun's in my eye.
Unbelievable.
The sun's in my eye. That was Meeps. That was a I don't know what to say right now phrase, wasn't it? Yep.
Wow.
Yep. Yep.
Wow. Oh, for sure.
Yep. That was a sun's in my eye. Am I? Is this happening right now?
We are nominal.
Yeah.
2.2 G's.
My eyes are watering.
Yeah. Sun gets a little bright up there, huh?
The sun is right
Oh, that's Banff. That is Banff.
Oh, we are floating.
Stand down separation. Stand down separation.
Wait for seatbelts. All right, let's go.
Separation confirmed.
Oh, that's cool.
What up?
Can we get that picture?
Thank you.
Cool.
Okay. Oh, we are
All right,
weightless.
everybody.
We are weightless.
Oh my God.
We are weightless.
Get that picture.
Oh my goodness sakes.
Oh.
Yeah, it's picture time. Picture time.
Heaven.
Oh, let me get that.
Go deep. Go deep.
Holy
Football.
Get in the middle. Get that picture.
You can clip your feet
Tuck your
under this.
feet
Don't
under.
forget,
Tuck
okay?
your feet under.
feet under.
Just gotta slide over. Okay, come on over this way. Hey! Go deep. Go deep.
Lose them now.
Yeah, you ain't getting those back.
Believe we're doing this, guys.
No, you're.
Oh, check this out. Oh my God.
Oh, you just let go and you go up? Holy moly, I lost it.
I got my shot.
Okay. I'm gonna turn around.
Which way's up? I'm confused.
I got a ball here. I got a ball here.
This is so much fun.
That's Strahan, phone sister. Yeah, Meeps flew with Strahan.
I got my shot. With my
Go deep is my dad trying to promote a company. Oh, I thought he said it because football. Never mind. Meowdy.
You know you want to say something else besides smoking.
This is
Let
so
it go.
much fun. Oh, I'm going in a circle.
Do you guys believe this? Cameron, where's my fist?
I'd be swearing. I'd be swearing. I wouldn't have the words. Yep, I'd be cursing. I'd be like,
Boom.
Yes, we did it.
Mission 19.
Meowdy.
The original 6. Now you gotta look out the window.
1 minute 20. 1 minute 20.
Perfect view, man. This is awesome. Oh my God. This is awesome.
But you see that little blue line? It's so tiny.
We're gonna hit 30 seconds soon here.
Oh yeah, no, I'm.
Oh, we gotta do this.
What the absolute frick?
I gotta get my feet.
Look at guys. Look at the dust. Look at how the dust moves around. It's not just going down like it always does. It's going in all different directions. Isn't that cool? Yeah, this part's gonna hurt a little bit. What? I said this is gonna hurt a little bit. Oh. RCS, huh? Oh yeah, this part's gonna get a little.
Good, Cameron?
Oh, perfect.
Cameron?
Yeah, perfect.
That's cool. The sun again.
I wish I could have seen that. I see it on film.
Here. That's nice. I like that part. Oh, that's pretty cool. Yep. Yeah.
Stand by drogues. Stand by drogues.
Woo!
All right, now something came out.
Yeah.
Stand by means. Stand by means.
Oh, they can see us now.
Yeah, see, shoot's gonna induce a little bit of roll there. So, you guys hear that? It's the RCS on the capsule. It's cold. That's what a cold gas thruster sounds like. That's what RCS sounds like from the inside.
Yeah, the booster's on my side. My side.
That's so damn cool, dude. That's so awesome, Meeps. Wow. What a flight.
Beautiful to watch. You can hear people already cheering here. This is so exciting.
Very excited crew on their way back to Earth. What a beautiful day in West Texas.
I didn't realize that capsule had RCS on it. But I know that noise.
Great view through those big windows there.
Stand by touchdown.
We can't stand by. We're sitting. Oh, that's not bad at all. That's not bad at all. Yeah, that looks like fun.
Oh my God, more than
Oh, and I'm still shaking.
Oh, thanks a lot, everybody. Thanks for sharing it with us. Really, guys. Thank you very much, man.
Meeps, we were watching every step of the way, dude.
All right, I hope you enjoyed that highlight reel.
I did.
We're going to get into some rapid fire questions right now, just try to get through a bunch of them.
Yeah, I enjoyed it.
But we're going to start with this one. They were asking how difficult it was to get back in the seat in zero gravity and how that compared to what I thought it would be based off of training. And honestly, it was fairly easy. In training, they specifically told us that they thought that it was easier to get in the seat in zero gravity than it would be in the training facility with 1G. And I think they were right in that assessment. You know, they have a specific seat ingress procedure that they teach you for zero gravity, and it's pretty straightforward. You put your hand through the loop onto your chest, and you can use that to roll into your seat, tuck your feet in the feet straps, and then start grabbing your straps and buckling them in a specific order, which is waist, crotch, shoulder. You might have caught them yelling, waist, crotch, shoulder.
Look at the dust propagate around, dude. No, I was distracted by the dust.
In training, they had us yell that to remember it. That was, you know, one of the exam questions. What order do you do the straps in? So yeah, it's just you do it and then you tighten it down. It was pretty easy. Well, I say it's easy, but I will note the other people in the crew did struggle a little bit with it. You can check out this great move by Laura Shepard right here.
I gotta get my feet.
Expert maneuver.
She's got the gift. What can I say?
Okay, so now the next rapid fire question, one that I got a few times, is could you see any stars, or was the ground too bright for your eyes to adjust the darkness above? You couldn't see any stars. It was just black. It was, you know, light pollution from the Earth. Pretty much exactly what you said. So it was just black, the blue line of atmosphere around the Earth, which is round, and then just the clouds and the mountains and
I see what
all
you
of
did
that
there.
below.
I like that part.
Next was the question, how far into the flight did you really start to feel the zero gravity feeling? Was it closer to the peak or as you ascended? You might have caught it in the highlight reel video. You can hear Laura saying, "Oh,
we are floating."
And it doesn't really look like it because we're strapped in, but it's right after main engine cutoff, or MECO, you hear on the Capcom. That's when you start to feel like you're floating in your seat, like you're not experiencing any gravity. And then they let you unstrap after separation. You can kind of see here on separation how our bodies go down. That's because we're floating.
That's so cool,
and
dude.
the next question is regarding the rapid change in altitude and the inner ear pressure or pain, as well as any vertigo-like symptoms and fear and whatever. So taking that in parts, no inner ear pressure at all. It's a perfect seal, unlike airplanes. You're going to have the same atmospheric pressure in the capsule as you do at the Texas launch site. And I did have a little bit of motion sickness when I was in zero gravity near the end, but it was manageable. And managing fear, I'm very bad at that, but I wasn't too scared. The training was great. Anyway, on to the next question, which is, how does it feel to be representing the LGBTQ plus community and furries in such a big first? And I just want to preface this by saying I can't represent, you know, these groups perfectly because they're such diverse groups, and that's kind of what makes them special. But I'm just glad to be providing, you know, a vector of visibility, because visibility really leads to normalization. It's when you're kept invisible that I think it can lead to, you know, a misunderstanding of character or what you stand for, or, you know, just that kind of stuff. So visibility is important, and I'm just glad to be that vector. I just think it's incredibly special that the book in history of the first parent and child in space is one from, you know, a queer child, and that that their parents are accepting of that and went on this journey with them. That's such a cool page in history, and I'm glad to have been, and honored to have been a part of that. And that brings us right into our next question, which is, how did you come to the decision to incorporate your furry side into your flight? Is it something that you talked about with your dad beforehand? And yes, it was. From the beginning, I wanted to have that vector of visibility included in the experience, and there was tons of conversation of what I can bring and what I can't bring, and it ended up being take a photo, but you can't bring, you know, a fursuit paw and wear it in zero gravity because it's flammable, which is understandable, but, you know, I did what I could, and I hope it's appreciated. I got the Meowdy in there. And the next one is a question I get a lot.
Yeah, that's fair.
Just everywhere, which is the landing. It looks rough. And it's really not. It's not at all. That's actually one of the least rough parts of the entire flight profile. I think I would say the roughest is probably either the G-forces on the way down, which go up to around 6, or separation. You'd see that bump in the footage that I played several times by now. But yeah, the reason it looks so rough is because of the boosters. There's actually air jets on the bottom of the capsule to make the landing smooth. So it looks like there's tons of dust flying up, but that's actually because of air jets that are making the landing smoother.
Yep,
So,
yep.
thumbs up for engineering. All right, and the last question I'm going to answer on this video is, what was your favorite part? And I honestly don't know how to answer that. Every time in those videos you hear me go, woo, that's the best part. Those are the best parts. So go back. You'll hear it. Those are the best parts. But if you have any questions for me, leave them in the comments or stop by my Twitch channel. You can ask them to me live and I'll answer. You can ask follow-up questions. It's great. Link to that in the description. But before we head off, here's one last highlight video for you guys. Thanks for stopping on by, and I'll see you next time.
Look at the sky.
That looks like fun. I don't know if Primo would go for that, Orion.
I can make something good.
It's America, Sawyer. Make more money then. You're not making money. You're a freaking douchebag. Sorry, that's a quote from a movie. I'll take the time out. Hey Meeps, dude. Thanks for sharing that with us, dude. That's really cool. Dude, it looks amazing. That looks like so much fun. I'll take the time out, Shadow Man. Sometimes cursing as an emphasis on exclamation is right. You know? Meeps, thanks, man. That was really cool. That was really neat. I like the humble answer at the end. Good call, man. One of my things, dude. Here. One of the rare times where I actually touch my camera. Look. I don't know if you guys can see it up there, but I have that on my wall. Stay humble. I have it written with a couple of other posters up there to just make sure I don't go too nuts. You know what I mean? So, if the other posters are take ownership and discipline is freedom, that's Jocko Willink if anybody gives a frick. But yeah, it's a good answer, dude. Good answer. I appreciate that answer. Totally. Blue doesn't really go through their customer experience in depth, so I figured I got it. Hey, man. Yo, the Speedmaster's worth the price of admission. That's a sweet freaking watch. Like, I mean, okay, so fellas, we don't actually know the prices, and I'm sure Meeps probably can't say. I've heard it's about $250,000. So, you know, that's a lot of money. I'm not even gonna sit here and pretend like that isn't a lot of money, dude. If I had 250 G's right now, I'd be sitting pretty, like most of us would be, right? Like, I don't even need $1 million. 250 G's is fine. However, think about this for a second. This is 250 G's about to get across the Kármán line. So that's into space. Literally less than 500 people have been above that line in a world of 7 billion people. So consider that. The next least expensive way is Virgin Galactic, which also suborbital. It does not go as high as Blue Origin's capsule does. That gets to about 80 kilometers, and then it comes back down. Now that is cool. Don't get me wrong. Like, if I was offered a free ticket on that, I would not say no. Aside from those two, the next least expensive way to get into space is Soyuz at $40 million a ticket. $40 million. The next cheapest after that is Falcon 9 at about $60 40 to 60 million a pop. I don't know what the seat prices are, but I'm going to imagine it's somewhere around there. So 250K, 40 million. I mean, Blue and Virgin Galactic, and I would say because Virgin Galactic isn't flying right now, Blue has literally the easiest and the cheapest way to get into space. And you know what? The crazy part is 250 G's is not unobtainable. That's the crazy part to me. That's not unobtainable. That's something, if you grinded for it, you treated life like a freaking RPG and you ground it out, you could do it. That's obtainable, which is nuts to me. Cost of a house? Yeah, that'll buy you a broom closet here. Yeah, pretty much a broom closet. Yep. So, why does Falcon 9 cost more than Soyuz? Well, Ray, it's something it's a problem even to this day that hasn't really been addressed yet. That's why SpaceX is making this thing right here. With kind of more run-of-the-mill space flight, so not even expendable vehicles. So with just any spaceflight vehicle, you pay for the capability, okay? You pay for the capability. So think about it like this. I'll give you an example, and this is not nearly a knock towards the shuttle or a knock towards SpaceX. The example involves Falcon 9 and the space shuttle, okay? So to launch 4 people into space on a Falcon 9, okay, with a Dragon capsule like Crew 4 that we watched the other day, it's about $150 million. That's the price that was denoted for commercial crew in the contracts that are public. It's $150 million to send 4 people into space with Falcon 9. So actually, if we do the math out there, it's $60 million for Falcon 9, and then I would assume that the rest is Dragon and all the tickets for spaceflight for the 4 seats, right? So that's about $100 million. So actually, that's about $25 million a person. So that's still cheaper than Soyuz, which is hilarious to me. But $150 million. Soyuz cost about $40 million to launch into space, right? So Falcon 9 is about $150. All right. The space shuttle is $400 million, or at least it was. It's probably about $500 million now with inflation. $500 million to launch that into space. That gets you 7 people into space and 25,000 kilograms of payload. So 50,000 pounds of whatever. You could move a bus into space and take it right back down if it really needed to. Now, once again, this isn't a knock towards Falcon 9 or the space shuttle. I still think at the end of the day, Falcon 9 comes out to be a little bit cheaper. But, so let's think about this for a second. You want to send 7 people into space with Falcon 9, 7 people into space and 25,000 kilograms into space with Falcon. How much is that going to cost? 2 Dragon flights, 150 a pop. That'll move 8. That's a good enough indicator, right? So that's $300 million right off the bat. And now Falcon 9 in reusable mode, it's $40 million for a reusable booster, right? $60 million for a brand new Falcon 9. 40 million is what I've been hearing for like a Starlink launch that has a reuse first stage and fairings, right? So let's say 40 million, 2 Falcon 9 with RTLS will get you pretty much, it'll pretty much put about 25,000 kilograms into space. So you have, and you know what? Let's play off the fact that those are reused. So 40 million. So that's 380 million, right? 380 million, still cheaper than the space shuttle. So we have 380 versus like 450, 500, right? You get $100 million difference there, right? So Falcon 9 at face value is way less expensive than the space shuttle. But we're just comparing up mass capability. The space shuttle can bring the mass back down, and you get your upper stage and first stage engines back on top of all that. Now, you get your first stage engines back with Falcon 9. We incorporated reuse into the design, right? Into our analysis here. But the space shuttle can bring 12,000 back down. Dragon can only bring 3,000 back down. That's the difference between being able to take that extra 100 million is the difference between being able to take, a couple of milk crates down worth of cargo or an entire freaking school bus. See what I'm talking about? Capability usually scales with cost. So if you want to make a spacecraft that does more things, reusability, crew capability, it's usually going to cost more. That's just kind of how it works. Now, this whole entire analogy is predicated on the frequency of flight. That is the key. That's the key to anything. Those numbers are taking into account the space shuttle flying, I don't know, 3 to 4 times a year, and Dragon or Falcon 9 launching 3 to 4 times a year for NASA missions, right? Falcon 9's price has already gone way down. It's probably way below that at this point because, one, SpaceX is doing internal missions. Two, they're making revenue off Starlink with those internal missions. And three, Falcon 9 literally flies every week. So those prices are probably going down. But if you want your spacecraft to do more, you're generally going to have to pay more. Now, the one thing that'll crack that egg is mass flight cadence, higher flight cadence. Elon calls it kilograms to orbit. Kilograms to orbit per year. That's his metric for measuring how successful your how successful your reuse is. Okay? Starship should, once they get it flying correctly, should be able to fly every week. Pretty much on the cadence that Falcon 9 is flying around right now, only full reuse. If SpaceX nails that and is able to employ it en masse, that's when the price is going to start coming down. That's when Elon, for instance, says we could theoretically get Starship down to like $2 million a flight. That's what he's talking about. He's talking about flying en masse, which is right. That's correct. But the interesting thing about that is it's not full reuse en masse. If you fully reuse stuff, it'll be easier to keep that flight cadence up. But the crazy part about this is that you can do it with expendable vehicles too. Something like Ares 1 or something like Omega flying every week would get launch costs down pretty much on, maybe not on par with Starship, but it would be close. Yeah, you could also achieve this low price, high flight cadence with a simpler vehicle that's all solids, for instance. Babyface EJ, yeah, you like that? But anyway, going back to what we were saying, New Shepard bucks that scale that I'm talking about, but it does only go up and come back down. But going up and only coming back down and getting into space is still, for 250 G's, that's a pretty good bang for your buck. I'm not gonna lie to you. You mean people can say, "Oh, I don't like Jeff Bezos. I don't like Amazon. I don't like." You know what? You're probably right. I don't care. I mean, that it's true. You can't look at math and be like, "No, that's wrong because I don't like it." No, it's not. That's the cheapest way to get into space. I don't care what anybody says. That's one of the best way. What's one of the least expensive ways to get above the Kármán line? It's by a pretty significant margin. Is the FAA thing supposed to happen today? Yes. Anyway, I think Blue wants to go for 10 launches this year. They'll get it, Meeps. They'll get it. I mean, Blue gets a lot of hate around here because they keep everybody in the dark. I understand that, and I really wish they would show us more. But I mean, Meeps, I know a good amount of people that work there, and I know a lot of people that are pretty high up at Blue. You know, acquaintances here and there. You know what I'm saying? They're working on stuff, fellas. I don't really want to be like, oh, my source is telling me this, because I don't like it when people do that. They're working on stuff. Trust me, they got stuff brewing in the background that'll blow your mind. So anyway, Meeps, thank you very much for showing that. I really appreciate it. I really appreciate you sticking around, dude. Guys, Meeps streams on Twitch. If you wanna go and give him a follow. Meeps, are you streaming today? Newer Glenn. I just want Jarvis, Ian. I just want Jarvis. Because you know what's better than having one fully reusable vehicle? Having two. Yeah. 10 p.m.? Right on. What are you thinking you're going to play tonight? You know what's better than having two? Having three. You know what's better than having three? Having four. There's also the Clipper program that they're hiring for. Huh? What? What Clipper program? I don't know what you're talking about. Pacific, I'm thinking doing roguelikes tonight. Cool, man. Cool. Yeah, Lunprod, I'm with you. I want 10. Yes, 10 because we're very hungry. Yep. We hangry. We hangry for space. So, yeah, Meeps, that was awesome. I really appreciate it. Really appreciate you taking the time to show me that. I really wish I didn't string you on for a week like an idiot, but not you, me. Interesting. Interesting. Well, that's pretty neat. Have I seen this? What's up, John? Newport News Shipbuilding. Ooh. 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 Anyway, we're going to pivot gears a little bit. Want some heavy industry construction here. I think you guys would appreciate this. John, thank you. Now, no worries. You had a busy week of coverage. How are the bags looking? Yeah. Horrible? Like I have raccoon eyes? Yeah. You're right. It's terrible. Meeps, when you get up into your 30s, dude, it kills you. You can't do 20-something stuff anymore. If I try to, it's going to knock me out for a little while. I don't know what that says about me, but damn. You got bags installed. You know?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Yeah, dude, I did a 16-hour stream the other day for the Crew 4 coverage, and it killed me. I had to stop at 9 p.m. 9 p.m. yesterday. That's like the kid that falls asleep first at the sleepover. It's just like, 9 p.m., bro. Come on now. Come on now. Here, I can make it better. You do 24-hour streams by accident. Do it while you can, man. Do it while you can. Trust me on that one. Does that make it better or worse? It's worse, isn't it? Yeah, you start feeling it. I'm going to have to go back to the gym, I think. That's what we're going to have to do. Worse? The glasses are back. Yep. Now I look like some bookie from the 70s. You got my money? Where's my money? I don't like being disappointed. Why? How dare you disappoint me? You're not allowed to disappoint me. You think you're better than me? Nobody's better than me. Hell, he's got the pea glasses. Okay. All right. Fine. It's time for the AOs. Let's light this candle. Be humble. It's a joke, Everest, and you missed it. It's alright. You ever stared at it? Marveled at its beauty? Its genius? Did you know, chat, that the first streams were designed to be perfect streams without pain and suffering? It was a disaster. Nobody would accept the chat. Entire ad revenue was lost. Which brings you to the stream you see before you. The end of the stream into the early 2020s. The peak of Twitch streaming civilization. No, you missed mine, dick. Smith will suffice. Did I tell you one time, guys, that, you know how Smith in the Matrix Revolutions, he starts infecting people and he says, Smith will suffice. Did I tell you one time that we had an English class and there was a vocab exercise and you needed to demonstrate use of the term suffice, and I wrote that? I wrote Smith will suffice. Didn't work. Teacher didn't get the reference. Didn't get a good grade. It was funny at the time, Badger. I mean, it's funny to me. Smith will suffice. My English teacher was like, what the hell? Who's Smith? I'm like, okay, it's awkward. What did I miss? Nothing. See you tomorrow in class, Miss Vaughn. You blew it! All right, Zaven. It's going on midnight. Hey, sleep well, buddy, okay? By the way, I need to call Martian in Black for the UFO on the crash site. What UFO? There was no UFO. There was no UFO. You ever seen one of these, son? There was no UFO on Mars. They, in fact, didn't do helicopter on Mars. You're going to go home and rethink your life. And, you know, you got to go to Bloomingdale's, get yourself some new outfits, and hire an interior decorator, because damn. Damn! They did surgery on a grape, but they also did helicopter on Mars. All right, John, let's see what we got here. Ooh. Underwater boomstick. Hey. Ah, yes. This is a lovely ship of death. Take care now. Bye-bye then. Oh. That's nice. Chat, this is known as a big chungus. Oh, ducted screw right there. That's cool, man. This has, no, it doesn't have 16-inch guns. It has 30-inch missile tubes. Nope, they don't want you to see the conning tower. Nope, that's blurred. That's nice. Look at that thing. What class is this, John? Is it a Virginia? I don't know my submarines very well. My buddy is a countermeasure designer for the Columbia class subs. Cool. Why the blur? Because you're on a need-to-know basis and you don't need to know. See, I like what you're doing here. I like what's going on here. I'm not gonna lie. I like this. But can we do this with rockets too? Oh yeah, that whole thing floats, by the way. And also sinks. It's literally a floating shipyard, by the way. What, sinking them in the ocean? Yeah, I suppose we kind of already do that. Yes, 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 Wes, yes. Who knew? Buoyancy is a way to get that big thing into the water. That's definitely a Columbia class? What's the difference? Oh my goodness. It only costs a couple $1 billion, whatever. Don't scratch the paint. Oh, there, okay. Hey, all right. So yeah, this is Newport News. This is what's known as a Yeater 5000, guys. Yep. No, it's a Block 4 Virginia class. Fun fact, my middle school English teacher disappeared into federal prison because she told the class what sub her son was on and where. Oh, yep, that's a no-no. That's a no-no. Well, that was pretty neat. I mean, Newport News is all fine and dandy. I'm just saying that electric boat makes better submarines. Just saying. That's the Steiner ship. All aboard the Steiner ship. Actually, it can't be the Steiner ship anymore because there's no torpedoes on it. Get it? Get it? The back does spin, though. Hey, Envy, how are you? Letter from Astra to the shareholders. Cool, cool, cool. It was even worse because it was nuclear, the ones that fire the missiles on the front. Well, Flykin, there's two types of submarines that we have the most of, okay? So, there's attack submarines, and then there's the ballistic missile submarines. The ballistic missile submarines, so attack submarines are like heavy cruiser submarines. The ballistic missile submarines are the battleship submarines. Those are the ones that, they're called boomers because they make a big boom. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, they make very big boom. The attack submarines are the one that's designed for like anti-ship and stuff. I mean, amongst other things. They can launch explodey things too if they want to. We're not judging. Hunter killers are the attack subs, drummer. Yeah, that's what those are. That's right, Tiny Tank. What about a real cruiser submarine? Is that a joke? That's a shame, Creeper. It's a shame. Flykin, submarine OPSEC is very, very important. We don't need people letting know. You don't want to let people know where all your nukes are. You don't want to let people know where your nukes are. Because those are the things that could remove your first strike capability. So that's a part of a weapons doctrine that the U.S. still uses, and frankly the rest of the world does too. So, long story short, it's called mutually assured destruction. So everybody wants a first strike capability. So our nukes are pointed at them, their nukes are pointed at us. It's a standoff. It's a Mexican standoff. So basically that keeps the peace. You do not want to give your enemy an advantage in this first strike, in this mutually assured destruction first strike capability, because if they know where your submarines are, they can blow it up and they can remove one facet of retaliation and gain an advantage with first strike capability. It's part of mutually assured destruction. Basically, it's nuclear warfare. Nuclear warfare, even though it's interesting because the point of nuclear warfare is to not use nuclear warfare. That's the whole idea. It's kind of like a weird catch-22 to the thing. Any force in the U.S., Russia, China, the UK, Europe, anywhere, anyone that has nuclear capability knows this. You don't use nukes for offensive capability. You know what I mean? That's not the idea. The idea is that you have a lot of nukes to not launch the nukes. The mission. Nuclear, anything that operates nuclear deterrence, and once again, this is us. Any other country that's nuclear armed knows this and understands this. This is why we try not to have nukes fall into the wrong hands, right? Any country that knows this, and like once again, the Chinese know this, the Russians know this, we know this, the Europeans know this, Japan knows this, anyone that has nukes knows this. A nuclear deterrent force, their mission is successful if they never do anything. Literally nothing. Inaction equals mission success with nuclear deterrence. Interesting, right? You wouldn't think about it. You'd think that these guys would be ready to go. No. I mean, don't get me wrong. They're ready to go. They're ready to roll if we want a boogaloo. I hate saying that, but it's true. But the whole point, you failed. You have failed your mission if you launch it. That means you failed. Isn't that weird? It's weird, right? It's kind of backward thinking, but that's what's kept the peace for so long. They sing because they can. Nice, Wishio. Has this Union Pacific news been shared? Yeah, Bram, I know. Oh, that's cool, Unprod. Japan doesn't have nukes. They only had 2 of them. Right. It's messed up. Yeah, of course, John. They don't want you thinking about it. But once again, it's interesting. You know, the whole point of this, the fighting force that can release the most amount of energy and kill the most amount of people, their mission is to never do that. It's kind of backwards thinking, but yeah, humans. What did I miss? Nothing. Lou, just put them on. You can take them off if you want. Now we're back to normal. No, bring them back. Yeah, it's kind of backwards thinking, but it actually makes a lot of sense. But it doesn't make sense for the right reasons, but it does make sense. Anyway, guys, we haven't done a Starship update in a little while. We probably have a mountain of freaking videos to watch. Let's go see what's going on. I first want to bring attention, though, when it comes to NASA Spaceflight and our buddies over there, to this new live camera that NASA Spaceflight has. You guys want to check this out. It's pretty good. Check this out. So you got Starbase Live, you got NASA Fleet Cam, and now you have 24/7 MacGregor. No, our mission is to do it if called on. It's the politicians' missions to make sure we never have to. I'd say they've done a decent enough job. Das has been busy. Yep. So now we have live shots of SpaceX's testing cells. And it keeps track of all the static fires. So what we're looking at here is SpaceX's engine testing facility in McGregor, Texas. That's so ridiculous, man. I gotta run and get food. I'll be lurking. All right, Meeps. Thanks for that again, man. Good luck streaming today. It's always an uphill battle. See you last. I don't know what that means, W, but yeah, hold the count on 2. Yeah, right, yeah, pretty much. It took a second, yeah. Yeah, we got a nice panorama. We got the Raptor vertical test stand, the Raptor horizontal testing cells, and the Raptor tripod test facility right there. Stage 2 Merlin, so that's MVAC. That's the MVAC test. Oh, what do we got going on over here? What? Look at that. They're chilling down a pipe there. Is that flare stack? Is that a flare stack and condensation I see in the bottom left? It's not on. That flare stack isn't on. Devin's like, hey, I was just there. Yeah, it's fun to go and watch the Raptors, isn't it? There were already 3 static fires today. The second one looked like a Raptor popped. Alright, let's go in here. The flare stack's always on, Devlin. There you go. Which one fired here? I'm trying to find it. Let me go thumbnailing it up. So once again, this is SpaceX's engine testing facilities. This is brought by our buddies over at NASA Spaceflight. And I thought you guys would want to see this. It's pretty freaking cool. You know what? While we're here, I'm going to give the link in chat so you guys can check it out. It's probably already linked, but... Yeah, right, Devlin? There you go, man. Oh. Let me listen. Raptor. Oh, you guys want to see the Raptor vertical one? Okay, give me 1 second.
Take over of them.
Happened, so you know.
Other enjoy. Cap friendly and welcoming community.
Engine graph is actually lower.
At the end, you can see
Engines pop, and all of the ground equipment hardened and designed for really
the first.
Oh yeah. All right, listen. I'll be able to tell. I'll be able to tell from the sound.
Because we have like a service vehicle that says NASA Spaceflight on the side. This is NASA Spaceflight Starbase Operation.
Oh.
Yeah. Watch it too when it pops. Fuel line. Fuel line. It looks like it lost pressure at the methane turbo pump inlet. That's the pop that you saw. I would say post pre-burner because we saw combustion, but once again, I'm an idiot. Don't listen to me. So you saw a pop on the test stand, right? See all that? Unburnt methane. But it's atomized unburnt methane, which means it's combined with LOX. That's why it's this tingy color. If you look right at the beginning here of that pop, you see a lot of dark smoke, which means more methane, more fuel rich. But then, I mean, it is kind of atomizing with the rest of the LOX there. But, yeah, it looks like they lost pre-burner pressure.
And that's the...
I'm TNT mining in Minecraft and the TNT exploded right when it popped and was like, wow, that's so loud. How do they mount engines to test stands? On the gimbal, Flykin. Yeah, on the gimbal. How do they do it? Pallet jack or a forklift? They have a special thing they have a special pallet that basically bolts to the nozzle and they move them around via the nozzle. That's how most rocket engines are moved. If you want us to not listen, you got to try harder. I mean, I would say they lost the methane pre-burner. That would be my guess. Usually when you lose plumbing like that, you get a pop. That just... I've watched enough rocket test footage to know that one. And once again, you know, you could say that I'm full of crap by listening to the sound, and that's right. The truth is that you'd really need to see the telemetry. I'd need to look at the telemetry to tell you what happened. But yeah, rocket engines do make noises. And usually you can tell when it's not the right noise. Like that one, for instance. Yeah, the engine pallets can confirm. Yep. So they don't have to modify anything to get it to hook up to the stand? I don't know how the test stand works. It sounds a bit dumb. It's not a dumb question, Flykin. The test stand just has a mount for the rocket motor. And the plumbing. That's it. It's just a mount. That's all. And they bolt it to the mount with like bolts. It would be like attaching think about like mounting a wheel on a car. There on the test stand there are studs, right? And they move the rocket engine up, it slides into the studs, and then they just bolt it down and hook up the plumbing, obviously, and all the electricals. And the test stand is basically Just a big concrete block. That's it. Like engine mounts on a car? Yeah, kind of. Pretty much. It's just a bunch of bolts, dude. It's not anything crazy. The horizontal Raptor stands have new cranes to lift the engines. Well, yeah, and they can't pallet lift those ones on there, right? They have to. You're gonna have to turn it. My guess, big guess, is that they have a swing crane, right? So they probably lift the thing up, attach the swing crane to the top, and then pivot it with another crane somehow, and then rotate it into position. I think. I'm not sure. That one's a guess. That one's a straight guess. I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm guessing a lot. Can we watch this during intermission? We're post space news. Intermission has already happened, Ponesister. I do like that footage though, and we can watch it for intermission someday. No, flying. Yeah, no. Test, as Devlin said, test like you fly. Devlin doesn't necessarily work for SpaceX. He works out in the industry. But yeah, if you want to know about mounting a freaking rocket engine together, I mean, Devlin, it's up to you if you want to say where you work, dude. But he works out in the industry with rocket motors, and we'll say that, and that's it. Question: why do they not mount the engine on the test stand with the nozzle facing the sky? Some test stands do that. Oh, yeah. There you go, Flagon. There you go, man. Some tests like that, Hammer. It's probably just because it's. I mean, it could be just a load cell. It really depends on what you're testing and why. You want to just test the engine. Testing it horizontal is just fine. Literally just got home from working today. Yep. The shuttle rocket emits water, thus the shuttle is just a big water bottle rocket, so basically Arcaspace, change your mind. Arcaspace is shuttle motors minus the combustion. But the thing about that, Swishio, is that the combustion is the extremely difficult part, so there's a factor of difficulty involved here that's not taken into consideration. Yeah, so, yeah, Hammer Nails, the other thing is, like, it depends on what you're doing. Like, what are you testing? So, there's, like, load cells and stuff. Like, you want to measure the thrust of the motor? Are you just testing the motor? You want to see how much thrust it makes? What are you qualifying? And different engines can denote different test stands. Like, I hate to give you such a vague answer, but that's honestly the truth. Some rocket engines shoot up in the sky. I can think of one right off the top of my head. Here, I'll show you. The Castor 260, biggest SRB ever designed, was shot up into the air. Let's just try biggest SRB. Really? It's not vague. It's actually a vague question. Let's try biggest SRB tested. Nope, it's just populating with SLS stuff. I mean, don't get me wrong. Those are gigantic SRBs, but they're not the biggest SRBs ever tested. That's the Castor 260. Okay, here. The AJ 260. That is the biggest SRB ever designed and tested. Note the 59 Ford in the foreground. Yep, you guys have seen a truck like that on stream because that is in fact my truck. Not that exact one. I have a similar one. Yeah, that's gigantic. And that's only half of it, exactly. The real one would have been double the length. They were trying to use an all-solid first stage for the Saturn 1B. This would have been the Saturn 1D, believe it or not. Yeah, 1Ds. Got him. That was tested upside down. See? In its test cell. Spoiler alert, it's still there. Aerojet, they pulled the funding for the project, and Aerojet had the funding pulled from them from NASA in 1967, and the funding dried up so quickly they just left the thing they just left it in there. It was the only acceptable time to point the flamey end up. Yep. So it really depends.
Research continued in developing systems that might power future space missions, yet undefined. Present-day rockets are, for the most part, liquid fuel. Now under study are solid propellant rockets of equal or greater thrust. The Florida Everglades was the site of the second test firing of a powerful solid fuel rocket motor. The 8-story tall motor spewed out a pillar of white-hot flame from its exhaust nozzle. The so-called large solid burned 840 tons of rubber-like fuel at a rate of 6 tons per second. 6 tons per second, a rate of 6 tons per second, a rate of 6 tons per second, of 6 tons per second, 6 tons per second, 6 tons per second, 6 tons per second.
I'm quite fond of that thing. I'm quite fond of that. They should have made that. Yeah. Yeah, they should have made that. How many tons per second?
Tons per second. 6 tons per second. 6 tons per second. 6 tons per second. 6 tons per second.
Yeah. How much?
Tons per second at a rate of 6 tons per second.
It sounds like lo-fi.
Rate of 6 tons per second. 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 6 tons per second.
Let's get back to the space news. Anyway, that's the McGregor feed, guys. That's brand new from NSF today. Let's check what's going on with Starship. 6 tons per second. All right, so where we last left off with Starship was Lego theme Raptors. So we got a little ways to go here. Let's see what we got. Insert username. Thanks for the gifted sub. I appreciate that. 6 tons per second. 6 tons per second. 6. Sorry. That looked like they changed the ISO there, and it looked like the surface of Mars. Did you guys see that? Hold on. The camera changed the ISO. Look, the sun comes up, and then it goes. Watch. And then click, Mars. Nice. 6 tons per second. 6 tons per second. 6 tons per second. Hokey gifted a sub to Velk, and then Kyron gifted 6 subs. 6 subs per second. 6 subs per second. 6 subs per second. What's the burn rate? How many tons per second of the SRBs? Tiny Tank, it ranges, believe it or not. Yeah. I don't know what it is off the top of my head. It's up there. It's not 6 tons per second. 6 tons per second. It's not that. That one, that's a Yeeterino of a rocket. So get your butt to Mars. 6 subs per second. I wish, Arctic. Everest, thank you for the bits. Appreciate it, man. Thank you. Yeah, it depends on how you pack the grain. 6 bits per second from an anonymous cheer. Yes! 6 bits per second. 6 bits per second. There's the back end of of a super heavy right there. Roughly 4 tons a second. 4 tons per second? No. 6 tons per second.
Tranquility Base here. The
See?
Eagle has landed.
$6 per second. You would have all your debts paid off in a day with 6 subs per second. Yeah. I mean, you're not wrong. You're not wrong, Hellfish. That'd be really nice. I mean... You're not wrong? All right. Everyone's like, no. No, we're not doing that. People are like, nah. Nah, we ain't doing that.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Tempo, 6 subs per second. 6 subs per second. 6 subs per second.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, and then anonymous 6 right there. As you don't have to do that, man. Thanks for the bits, dudes. How much does one sub say? How much does one sub weigh? How many subs are in 6 tons? Yes. Ram! Jeez. Oh my goodness. Okay.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Now I have to make it. Now I have to make it so if you tip 6 subs, it says 6 tons per second, don't I?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Well, EJ, in fact, we do have to. At least I feel compelled. Look, man.
Discovery, go at throttle.
I'm kidding when I say give me money. I want to earn subs. I don't want to ask for them. And I even feel awkward about making that joke now that this has happened.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Guess I gotta roll with it. Oh, jeez, I'm crying all the way to the bank. Am I right? Okay.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
5 subs per second. What's happening? Just got here? Well, we're watching them build the new Starship factory right here. That seems to be what's going on. I still can't figure out what the metal box is for, but you can't look into it. Power of chat compels you. You had one earlier. You know what? That's a good point. Thanks for the bits, dudes. Come on, EJ. You earned it a long time ago. You know what, Everest? It's not my job to say what I've earned and haven't earned. That is entirely up to you guys. That's been my modus operandi for a decade. No, I'm not changing it. Grow an account balance and get over it. Yeah, right. Oh no, your joke earned my gifts. How unfortunate.
Go at throttle up.
Check Dankelberg sub. I see your 6 subs and rate you a sub per 60 months. Oh, that's good too. That's good too. Throttle Junkie and Fixter Jake. Fixter Jake with 21. Throttle Junkie gifted 5. Thank you. Now I'm telling you, you guys pay my salary, dude. That's that's not my decision, you know. Truth. That's what verdict means. Truth. You know, it's a word that comes from old England and all our little old ancestors. Identical. Michelin model XGV 75R14. All I know is I've been watching for a long time and I've learned a ton. For that I say thank you. Chicken nuggets with maple syrup? Nah, waffles with honey mustard. Ugh. No. No. I like this name, Dankelberg. Dankelberg. I'm gonna need you to come. You're gonna need me to come in on Saturday? Bro, I've been coming in on Saturday for like the last 10 years, man. What do you want from me? I need you to go ahead and come in on Sunday. Yeah. Right, Vin? Chat, did you get that memo? Ooh. Been real flaky. Also been having problems with your TPS reports. Alright, so we missed a good deal of this. I'm just gonna try to get back to commentating and putting my frankly terrible commentary over the video here. Sorry, 2 days off is no longer sustainable. Are you saying that I'm not economically viable? Not economically viable! Don't use this chat! This chat says I'm not economically viable! Remember me. If someone gets that reference, you get points. Go back 5 seconds.
Listen, Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
Oh. Thank you, Everest. Yes, Caveman, thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Falling. Yeah, that was nice. I'm not gonna say that I didn't like that. Expected but sad. Sophia's to be sunsetted. NASA partner decide to conclude the Sophia mission. That sucks. What is the big cylinder in the center? Thrust simulator 619. This is going to push up on the bottom of starships with no engines. They take the place of the engines, these hydraulic jacks, and they're going to push up to test the thrust load on the bulkhead. Thank you for all the bits. What's the Sophia mission? That is space news, but Sophia is a high-altitude infrared telescope that's built into the back of a 747 SP. Yeah. Yeah. You think to get the PEA done by tomorrow? I don't know. And Amanda, the rep from that district's gonna be pissed. That's one of the last 747 SPs flying, too. That sucks. I think a guy's name is Mike. He's not gonna be too happy. EJ, hear me out. New project, Victor 154. I mean, it did kind of get big brothered by James Webb. Yeah. Yeah, that sucks. Is that tail bigger than normal? No, Xeon. No, that's the right size tail. That's a 747 SP. Here, little quick thing on that. 747 SPs were stubby 747s. They were smaller than a regular one. And they were originally special purpose, for long-range flying 747s. It's tiny. It's a little short. It's a little short 747. It's a little small boy. That's what the SP stands for, special purpose. So, like, there's a 747-100 right there, and then there's an SP right there. It's cool, man. And then with the 747-8, they went in the other direction. They stretched the 747 fuselage. See? That's a 747-8, which is the cockpit for the 747 SP is like right here. Yeah, that's what makes that cool. See? Well, maybe not right there. It's a little bit out in front. That's what makes that cool. That's what makes Sophia so unique. There's not a lot of 747 SPs flying around anymore because that was Boeing's solution. Then, I want to say thank you for what you do. I love the space coverage. I love the gameplays. Love the Italian motifs. Thanks, man. Space launch coverage gives me dreams. I wonder what the future holds for space exploration. Thanks, Finn. Damn, dude. If I recall correctly, the 747 has a taller vertical stabilizer. Are you sure? It looks about, yeah, maybe. I think it just looks, it might just look a little bit bigger because it's a shorter plane, don't you think? It looks the same to me. Yeah, maybe a little bit taller up on the top. Yeah, it is. It is. It is. Look. Check it out. See the top control surface, the top slot for the rudder right there. See? Look at the difference right there. And then look at this line drawing of a Dash 8. Yeah, it is. Good eyes, Zeon. Damn, dude. You look really cute today. Thank you, Liam. I appreciate it. Vin, right on, man. You deserve it. Thanks. Thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, Zeon, that was a good eye. It is. I never knew. Dude, I didn't know that. Seriously, the regular, you can, look, actually, hang on, you can see it. See the line right there? It is taller. That's where a 747 V-stab ends. It's right there. You literally see the bulkhead line. Or, well, not bulkhead, but you get the idea. Yeah, interesting. I didn't know that. Good call, guys. Yeah, no. Happily stand corrected over here. That's really cool. I mean, it makes sense. If you shorten the plane, you're going to get more side slip because your vertical stabilizer is closer to your center of mass. Pretty straightforward stuff. Got nukes. I'll look at that. I'll look at that some other time. Okie dokie. I don't want to look at it right now for obvious reasons. But, yeah. Let me... I'm just cleaning out some stuff here. Okay. Yeah. All good, man. All good. All right. Well, that sucks that that's going out the window. Hopefully they can put it in a museum somewhere. That would be really nice. This thing should be in a museum. If they scrap it, I'm going to be very unhappy. Guys, there are people that watch the stream that work on Sophia. Straight up. Oh, yeah. We got people that work on the stream that fly around in that plane. Which is annoying. They're not going to be happy when they hear that. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. I gotta shoot a message off here, fellas. Realtor. So why haven't you been in it yet? Seems like a slam dunk via T. They started watching in 2020. Dude, you do not know how much COVID has railed on virtual field trips. Yep. But anyway, thank you for the hype train, guys. Thank you for all the bits and tips. I do appreciate it. Vin, especially whoever tipped that 154, I really appreciate it, guys. Thank you. You know how I am about that. Even to this day, like I know that I'll be honest. I could sit here and I could drive rev all day if I really want to. I worked in sales. I know how to drive revenue. I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna do it because everyone tries to do that at every waking moment of your time, and I don't know about you guys. I hate it, so I'll never do it. So, thanks for a great info stream. I gotta head out. No problem, Hammer Nails. Do it for the house. They fattened up the back end of the fuselage too. Yep. Yeah, right there, Flykin. Yeah, just shoehorn that damn telescope in there. I mean, it really shows the versatility of the 747. They really knew what they were doing with this thing. Do it for the house. I still won't. And that is how you have gotten more money out of you, Ram. Yeah, no. Everyone's trying to get your money at every waking moment, dude. I don't want to be a part of that crowd. I think you can make money gracefully, okay? Like, if that makes any sense. Thanks, Sunshine. I appreciate that. We know you have a lot of choices when you fly, so we thank you for choosing Eric Johnson, Space Administration Airlines. I know I've shown this to you before. You linked this yesterday. Yep. I remember when you linked this before. It was during a Wings Wednesday when you wanted me to build it. It's an interesting idea, the flying boxcar. This thing. No. Hellfish, you know what? I like doing it my way. Hand banana air. Yep. And then that whole bottom section should detach. Yep. Like that. Make this in KSP? Make that? Yeah, that... I mean, we'd have to do it. We'd have to make like a jet version of that. I mean, I could do it with props, yeah. I mean, there's a reason why they thought this was a bad idea. The U.S. Air Force had and I learned this actually from a viewer at Mana in chat. The design criteria for cargo planes post-World War II was to be able to fit a boxcar's worth of load, like a railway boxcar, into the payload bay, and that must be Fairchild's entry. The thing about that is that design kind of sucks and is overly complicated compared to this. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that plane lost to that. And it continues to lose 60 years later. Yeah. Well, they decided to go with an internalized pallet system. The military, how the military does logistics is actually really, really cool. It's really interesting. They have shipping containers and connexes like commercial shipping too, but there's also there's pallet systems because you got to remember, like, they're not just moving around connexes, right? You're not just moving around, just a shipping container. You need pallets that interface with the same mechanism that can hold like a Humvee on it, or a Stryker, or a LAV-25 if you're the Marine Corps. So they actually have standardized fittings for moving around all this stuff. It's actually super cool, and that's what they went with instead of like just dropping the whole thing out like that. They ended up going with that, like the shuttle pallet system. Yeah, T-Man, kind of, yeah. Yeah, Gagan, logistics, yeah. We're learning a lot about how logistics, if you don't understand logistics correctly, even if you have a bigger army, you're still probably going to lose. Just a thought. Cocktail effect, I've heard my name. So yeah, I mean, they figured out that basically standardizing the shipping container and putting it in the plane was actually simpler to do. And it is. And that's why we still use the C-130. Guys, the C-130 started doing test flights in the early 50s. Early 50s. Yeah, it was a thing by the late 50s. And we've been building and flying them ever since. That's how good of a design that was. Yeah, and B-52s as well. Yep. Airbus spent billions on the A400 only to discover the only placement for a C-130 is an improved C-130, not a clean sheet design. Look, man, you can't frick with a Lockheed design, okay? Lockheed designs are like 1960s Chryslers. They go faster than everything, and they're way more complicated, but they're way cooler than everything else, too. Like, you can't frick with a Plymouth Superbird, all right? Am I right? It's a street car that could go 200 miles an hour in the 60s. Some designs, you just leave it. Just leave it. It's fine. It works. Hey, Galactic 913 sub. I love the C-130. It's a great plane. Yeah. If the design works, it works. Like your truck. I mean, yeah, the 97, yeah. I can easily imagine a structural strength advantage from just making the fuselage big enough in the first place also. Yeah, Bill, yeah, that's the other thing. I mean, yeah, having a fuselage be a detachable compartment is going to weaken the hell out of that plane. I'll bet you that plane, despite looking a lot lighter, is actually a lot heavier. It's for the exact same reason a convertible usually weighs more than the coupe version of the same car. You know why? Because if it doesn't have a roof, you literally don't have a strut that's connecting the front and the back of the car. You have a ragtop convertible. So that structure needs to go somewhere or else the thing will do this. Right? So their solution with a convertible is to put more, give it a bigger chassis underneath, right? A stronger chassis. And it ends up weighing more, which is funny to me. So I'll bet you that the Fairchild XC120 is probably heavier than a C130, despite having two engines. I'll bet you it's heavier. Like a 94 Mustang. Bingo. Yep. Are C-130s, civilian C-130s allowed? It's just like the military. Yeah, LM-100s. LM-100s are C-130s for the civilian market. Yep. So right now, the version that they're running is an L100J. They make passenger liner versions of C-130s. See? I'll admit, a C-130 just looks outright strange without being painted in like gray or brown or something. Yeah, it looks strange painted with like a airliner livery. That just looks weird to me. Oh, see? There's a military pallet carrier truck right there. Is that what they use for the Vomit Comet? No. No. The Vomit Comet is a C-135 or a 707. Cursed C-130, right? I'm sorry, the C-130 looks weird with that stretched fuselage. I think that looks ridiculous, to be honest. I hate it. I like C-130, not the J. I think it's the H. Yeah, see? See, that's the... Those proportions are perfect. That's perfect. The newer ones have a stretched fuselage. Oh, dudes, I showed people this on stream a little while ago, but I did some digging the other day. What engines did the C-130 use? Please hold. They're turboprops, but Corvus, velu pela inscription de present. Oh, thanks for the sub. Yeah, Corvus. Yeah, Throttle Junkie. Corvus says thank you for the sub, by the way. It's an Allison T56. Yeah, there it is. Yep. You want to see something? You want to know something cool? V22 uses the same engine, by the way. Yep. It's a good motor. Yay. That's nice. Nice translate. Obrigado. It wasn't translate. Anyway, let's get back to the Starship stuff. So, 619, you were asked, this is a thrust simulator for pushing on the bottom of Starship. They recently installed that. Well, 6 days ago. You know more Portuguese than me, and I'm Portuguese. Okay. J model uses newer engines made by Rolls-Royce. Have you read up on how those motors control airspeed? A variable pitch propeller, Dead Crew, or is it something different? See these lines? Insulation. You see all the insulation that they have on them? That means they're moving commodities. They're moving fuel. Yep, the motor never changes RPM, just prop angle. Yep. Mm-hmm. Turboprops. Smart. I'm sorry, I thought you liked more thrust. Alright, that's fair. You got me there. Yeah, got it, thanks. Crazy how they managed to push and pull that much weight. Thanks for explaining as always. Yeah. I mean, 619, think about how strong those hydraulic jacks need to be. So that's for Starship, so 3 Raptor 2 engines. Each one of them, each Raptor has a pushing up force of about 2,300 kilograms. So that's like having a 2,300 kilogram weight pushed down on you. And there's well, 6, soon to be 9 in Starship. So Starship pushes up with, well, let's see. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, and now, I don't know, 25. It's somewhere between 25 and 30 off the top of my head. Yeah, it pushes up with that much force. 25. So that's in Kerbal terms. If you want to put in KSP terms, it's 25 meganewtons. Starship, 25 to 30 meganewtons. Starship has as much, if not more, push-up force than most first stages on rockets. The only rockets that have a higher thrust are in the first stages. The Saturn V, the Space Shuttle, the N1, Buran, and that's about it. That's Starship's second stage. So hear that again. Hear that again. Starship's second stage is more powerful than every other rocket's first stage, other than the Shuttle, SLS, N1, Buran, and Saturn V. That's it. That's the second stage. We're comparing second stages to first stages here. So that thing pushes up with like 30 meganewtons of force. That's how much the Saturn V lifts off with, almost. The Saturn V is 35 meganewtons, or about 7.5 million pounds of thrust. Starship has, well, let's do the math out. I mean, I can't do the math for that out of my head. Anybody want to convert 30 meganewtons to pounds? That's a lot of pounds. So yeah, that's a lot. That's a lot of thrust. Yeah, I actually did some decimal pointing wrong. It's 200 tons. It's 230 tons, not 2.3 tons. I did that wrong. I knew the math was wrong there, and I was like, wait, what did I do wrong? Yeah, it's actually, multiply that number. But I got the right answer, which is weird because, all right, whatever. It thinks, ha! Yeah, Hokey, so...
Discovery, go at throttle.
Oh, obrigado, Corvus. There you go. So, Hokey, we don't... Okay, 35 meganewtons is... What is that, 350,000 kilograms? No. 35,000? 35,000 kilograms. I think. Because metric, you should be able to convert it. Oh, there you go. Yeah, 6.7 million pounds of thrust. Starship, the second stage, almost has as much thrust as the Saturn V's first stage. Super Heavy has twice the amount of Saturn V's liftoff thrust, which, I mean, once again, this thing is on it's on another level of ridiculous. Nothing like this has ever been made, guys. Ever. Not even close. This is 2 times the Saturn V. But that's the price you need to pay for full reuse. Always a trade-off. I know it's Burger Man, but the content is delicious, okay? Hey, thanks, Andrew. Yeah, I have a converter bot because we deal with a lot of metrics around here. A lot of different, you know, like accelerations, force, pressures, stuff like that, temperatures. So, but yeah, sometimes it doesn't work. That, and I like to give everything in imperial and metric so everybody understands. Actually, Tomas, I think it's more, to be honest. I don't know what that mystery box is for. Does anybody have an idea? It's for mysteries, duh. Beltfed, let him talk. Let him talk. You know, they like turning their nose up at us. It's fine. Just let them. Okay. Hey, hey, Beltfed. You see that? You see the cup? Yeah. See that? See that right there? Whammy. Yeah. We gave the U.S. Imperial, and I'm sorry about that. Andrew, you didn't give it to us. We appropriated it. Thank you very much. We appropriated it. All right. That was culture appropriation, and we took it to levels that were previously not thought to be possible. Americans love turning everything into matters of pride, even if it's as stupid as Imperial. And Europeans like turning their noses up at us, Smib. In other news, water is wet. I should know. I'm drinking it right now with my American flag cup. And tea belongs in harbor. Tea belongs in the harbor. That's all. I'm not sure you can appropriate from an empire. Oh, we appropriated it. We appropriated it. Yonk. We took your train gauges, which you appropriated from the Romans. Took your measuring system, made it better. Furred. There's a furred ranger right there, like furred bird. Tea's awful. Yeah, just straight awful. I will not stand for the bad-mouthing of tea! That was a plasma table, 619? Where? Hold on, let me back up. Ah, Bistronic laser cutter. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Ah, 619. If I get, dude, I get a garage, straight up. Buying that. Buying that, make all the brackets in CAD, bolt it all together, laser cut them on the table, baby. So be a real cool kid, measure everything distance in fathoms. Tejas. That's cool, man. Good eye. You recognize that from work? Word. I mean, Kelvin is the real good unit of measurement. And you know what, guys? We're talking about velocities. I don't like meters a second. I don't think meters a second is right. I don't think miles per hour is right. I don't think kph is right. I don't think feet per second is right. God, hell no. Knots. Knots is the good measuring system. You know why? Because longitude and latitude. It makes the most sense. Man, that's going to piss a lot of people off.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Man, that's going to piss a lot of people off. Kilofeet per deciminute. Yep. Franco's like, nah. People leave. No, it's not. Ooh, can I just... Do you guys mind if I just back that up for a second? Just... Oh. That's good. Ian, that's really starting to look like a spaceship, man. So what's new with Starship? I'm not sure. I'm trying to figure that out now. 619, I got another question. You recognize those tables from work. How... I'm going to go ahead and guess the answer is probably good, but how good is it cut stainless steel? Oh. That's nice. Agreed, and these things haven't even flown yet. It's really starting to look more like a spaceship, dude. All right, next one. We got a couple of videos to go through, so I'm gonna pop through this stuff quick, and then we'll get to summer car, okay? With or without nitrogen, how thick? I think Starship is using 4 mil. 4 mil 30. It's 30X, so it's 304 derived stainless steel. 4 millimeter thick. Yeah, plasma cutter warns. That's what was on the back of that truck when I was talking about metric and imperial. 4 millimeters. Some have 3.6, but mostly 4 millimeters equals metric. Andrew, I'll be honest with you, and I have to say this every time this comes up, but I'm gonna say it. I'm only gonna say it once. I don't give a frick what measuring system you use. I really don't care. We can measure things in bananas for all I care. As long as I can understand it, I really don't care. And, you know, yeah, Imperial's pain in the butt to work with. Metric's way easier. I'll admit that. I don't care. I don't care who knows. But I'm also not going to make a big deal out of something if something's in a unit of measurement that I don't understand. Nor am I going to fault anybody for using a different measuring system because I don't care. That's the real honest truth. Yeah, most of us don't. And that's all I have to say about that. What sign is that, T-Man? Oh yeah, okay. I care when it crashes stuff into Mars, though. That's a project management problem, not a measuring problem. Hey, Tech, what's going on, buddy? We should use furloughs per parsec as speed of measurement. Yikes. It was Imperial metric issues. Yeah, I know. That's a project manager's fault, not the measuring system's fault. You're telling me that they brought an American part of a spacecraft and a European part of the spacecraft and nobody thought to figure out that one would be using a different measuring system? Yeah, that passed every single check, and everybody's like, oh, okay, yeah, no, we're good. No, that's a project management problem. That ain't a measuring system problem. Have you ever come across these glasses? No, but I like them. You're 5 bananas tall? Wow, you're short. Booster transfer tube. I'll give you that. The project manager should have said go match. Oh, that's the most British thing you. Oh, that's a very British response. Oh, it's so witty and cheeky. Oh, wit, damn it. It's the kind of thing James May would say. Salty for wit sounds very American. You're not wrong. We tend to just do that for everything, though. Hi, shut up. Why, mate? How you do? Shut up. Bonjour, shut up. Am I right? See the pattern? Shut up. So, okay, back to Starship. See these things right here? That's they're constructing an indoor facility for making Starship parts. I would assume that that's a similar building to the one that they're building at KSC, because SpaceX is building a factory there as well, which is really neat. You do it well. Shut up. But yeah, they're working on indoor facilities here. There's the twin gantry cranes right there. You can see there's two of them. You know, you could tell. You can tell that there's two gantry cranes because of the way they are. And you know what? It's pretty neat. See, you can tell the two of them because of the way it is. Well, that's pretty neat. The wide bay. Almost done. You can tell it's a wide bay because of the way it is. That's pretty neat. Anyway, glad to stop by. The biggest channel in science, so well done, but it's 1:30 a.m. Andrew, you're welcome here anytime, man. Hey, get some sleep, okay? I'm here every day talking about space, for the most part. But it's at midnight. I usually start the science space news segment at like 10 your time. Usually. So I'm here late at night, but I'm here. But yeah, thanks for popping in, man. You cancer so worlds apart, but thanks. Oh. What, like endocrinology or something like that? What type? Or just research in general? I think it's endocrinology. Is it endocrinology? You tell me, man. I forget. Medical for me is like ER, breast cancer, genomics, proteomics. So yes, all right, cool. Your boy. Yeah.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Most cancers aren't endo. So I shot from the hip and I got it right. Nice. Hokey, and you got a sub. Thanks, Hokey. I appreciate it. Sticks be looking good though. You lucked out. Go you. When in doubt, guess. Figure out the calculations later. No, that's cool. I'll be honest with you, Andrew. Not me, but I know what endocrinology means. Not from seeking it out. If you catch my drift. Yeah, didn't seek that information out. Know about that information. No, not me. Loved ones, yeah. Really wish I didn't know about that, but here we are. Yeah, Brad, I'm with you. I'm with you. Oh, good times, good times. Yeah, Hokey, that's right. That's right. In the first round of the spacecraft draft, I select Dragon. Good, good. I select Space Shuttle. We're going to win a Super Bowl. Space Super Bowls. It's a great job. Never question what I'm doing. That's how you know. That's how you know what you're doing is right. I do the same thing with teaching science and it's like STEM stuff here. I know this is the right move. You know. Try to get people to not be on Twitch all day. Believe it or not. You select Starliner. All right, all right, all right, Andrew. Get some sleep, buddy. I'll be here when you get back, probably, most likely. Is that another launch pad for Starship? That's suborbital pad A. Beltfed. That's one of their test stands. They launched SN8 and amongst other things, I think, yeah, they launched those from there. The ones where they were doing the flops. They launched it from that pad, but it looks like they're making it up to be a load testing simulator. You select Starliner, you won't do anything. Ooh. Ooh. Cringe. These guys are moving dirt around. Hey, Rhino, what's going on, man? Yeah, that is, in fact, more dirt. Watch up there on the right. Why do you think? I mean, Entropy. Kjell Lundgren, the commander of Crew 4, is a flight surgeon. He's a doctor. Why do you think they sent him up there? Booster transfer tubes unloaded. Well, that's pretty neat. Yes, they are in fact a metal tube. Elon bought some stainless steel tubes! Do I have to tell you what the frick you can do with a stainless steel tube? Stainless steel! Alright, next video. That's NSF Live. Okay. Okay. Long day of head desking after having illegal teams on all this garbage over marketing stuff that's supposed to be conversion focused. Lots of blah blah blah, just venting. Speaking of venting, I need more space talk in your day. I got you. I got you. The hell is an aluminum falcon? What do you mean the rebels blew up the Death Star? I am going to complain about it on Twitter. You must have smelled like old feet wrapped in leathery, burnt bacon. Haha, 420. Nice. I honestly think that SpaceX is not going to use either one of those things. There's suborbital pad A right there. Looks like they're constructing a fixture for a tail service mast. See, I told you Europeans are just salty, Kappa. No, you're not salty. You just like turning your nose up at us. But the problem is we like turning our nose up at you. So we're both going... when the reality is that we're just two sides of the same coin. And the Atlantic Ocean is in the middle. Geography. Yes, that guy has a laptop. See, there's a Starship hold down point right there. Just clamps up and over. 'Tis but a small pond. A small pond? I agree, Jake. Well, Starship used to have a tail service mast that went up and down. Now they put it on the side. So that was a redesign. I used to think that they were going to fuel Starship through Super Heavy, but I think they threw that out. Hey, Blanning, how are you? Yeah, they did that a little while ago, Entropy. Shame. I thought that was a cool idea. The tubing for it added too much mass. Straight. Mank! Where was I when you sent that message at 10:24 last night? I was sleeping. Yeah, fell asleep, dude. Did a 16-hour stream the day before, and then like a 10 cumulative, like 8 to 10 hours after that. I was just like, nope, nope. I've seen them core, but I haven't shown them on stream just yet. Okay. I'm gonna try to scrub through this. Booster 7 had a little bit of a problem. I don't want to show the picture. Let's just say one of the tubes inside. Remember that? You know that whole anti-geysering thing that I keep teaching you guys about? Yeah, that. Oh, good. It turns out I like working, so I'm busy all the time. Yeah, I know how that is. All right, Nils. See ya, buddy. That metal box. Yeah, Dream Key is just a little. Did you know that I'm the man in a box, buried in my pit? Won't you come and save me? What's in the box? I don't know. You can't look in the box. What is that? Looks like the Ace of Spades. Another good song. Interesting. Did I see something crawling on the trailer? Crawling on the trailer. Strangling the cat. I don't know what that is. I don't know what we're looking at here, guys. I don't know, Bizak. New booster transportation stand right there. I mean, that's thick boy steel right there. At least an inch thick. Okay. Got another video. In the name of time here, I'm going to speed this up. I'm going to go with 2x speed. So remember, all this stuff, all this NASA spaceflight footage is coming from Nick and Sweeney, Boca Chica, gal, so that's Mary, and the NASA spaceflight lab bots. Just yeah, go give NSF a sub over there on YouTube. Trust me, if you want to see this stuff for yourself and not have my terrible commentary over it, yeah, go over there, give them a sub. You won't regret it. Supporting them over there helps me, helps support me inadvertently for what I do here. So. Yay for terrible commentary. Yeah, protection pipe. But I like your terrible commentary. Alright, that's cool. There's the elevator going up inside of there. Man, that thing is big. You've heard far worse on TV? Well, it looks like two guys are on the orange cherry picker going down, and there's a guy walking up on top of a building. He's looking around, pulling his pants up. And here's an arm doing a thing. No, that's a concrete pumper truck. So if you need to reach like someplace to get concrete, right, or you're pouring concrete over a large surface area, the pumper truck basically, the cement truck basically just dumps concrete into the pumper truck, and that white pipe on the side, it pumps the concrete through there, and the cherry picker arm can just basically lay out concrete over a big surface area. So once again, the pumper truck is there because they're pouring concrete. There's a little hose at the end of the pumper truck that and they keep it overhead. You can basically, guy just grabs the hose and just sprays the concrete where he needs to. What's that, Thomas? These are all valves right there. That's a methane truck. You can tell it's a methane truck because of the way it is. And that's pretty neat. Do not pump. Do not pump. I'm gonna pump. Isn't that neat? That's pretty neat. Tesla. Oh, they're getting the scaffolding off there. Probably moving it up a level, though, if I had to. Oh, nope, they are not. That's coming down. Man, that looks like a toy. I'm just putting it out there. Straight up looks like a toy. And that box is going up. Man, that thing is big. Star Factory, yep. Now, okay. That's a SpaceX facilities truck. Now, I always try to tell people how, you see this and you're looking at the picture, but I always try to show scale. That's something I literally, not basically or literally, I do that every time just so people can understand how big that building is. It looks small compared to everything you see, but then you see the guy standing on it, and then you realize that that building is like 5 stories tall. The one that looks like it's 2. See the dudes up there? That is a big mother. I'm wondering what that thing is. These banana-shaped pipes. That looks nice, though. Yeah, Snatcher, maybe. You're working on nose cones in there. That one's kind of dented, huh? NASA spaceflight, Rooster. Would you like a link? Go over there and sub to the YouTube channel, man. I posted the link to this video in chat and their channel too. Yeah, no problem, dude. Go over there and sub, man. You supporting them allows them to, like, that I can keep watching the footage if you support them, you know what I mean? Supporting them supports me. Yeah, it happens, Hired, but we're seeing it sped up, though, so it looks like it has a lot of sway when it really doesn't. And that just looks strange when it's sped up. What the hell is that? Cat und Truck. Rocket Cat Truck. Alright, let's see. Got a couple more here. Lightning. That's cool. That's heat lightning if I've ever seen it. That's pretty neat. You can tell it's lightning because of the way it is. That's pretty neat. Yeah, Bren, this, dude, okay. Side note, is it just me, or like, I know you're in a different part of the country than me, right? Is it just me, or did this winter seem like it was a very long time? It feels like we've, at least in Boston, man, we've just, the weather has been like 45F for like the last 3 months. It's been like this since February, where it's not cold enough to like go out and ski, but it's not warm enough to go out and do summer things either. It's just kind of lingered here. It's not getting warmer, it's not getting colder, it's just staying the same. And that's killing me, dude. I hate spring. I hate spring, and I hate winter, and I hate fall. Summer's the best one. I'm sorry. It's the best one. Now, winter's okay. Winter's okay. I like winter and summer, all right? Summer more than winter. Fall is just summer light, and spring is just winter light. It's like Coke Zero. It's like winter, 0 calorie winter. You don't even get to do all the cool stuff. Yeah, interesting 321. Just won't warm up, Tech. We can't get a break. It's not like even the fun kind of cold where it's like 0 or like 32 degrees Fahrenheit, right? Like, it's not even the fun kind of cold. It's not even the cold where like you can go skiing or you can go snowmobiling or something. It's just poop weather that's like halfway in between. I hate weather like that. I hate it. I can't stand it. Ah, lucky, Bon. Frickin' lucky, dude. Yeah, well, you get a long lingering summer. We get a frickin' crappy lingering winter. It sucks. Yeah, Neurobot. Yeah. And then it's gonna change and be 99 every day. Good. I like the heat. Bring the heat, please. In Sask, today's the first decent day of the year. It's about 65F. Nice. Sask, oh man. I shouldn't be complaining about weather, Twix, when you live there. Hey, how's the weather? Cold. Alright. Yeah, Malachi. Right. Yeah, Ren, it's just lingering. It's just lingering. Stop lingering. Damn it, just be summer, please. Like, you know what? It doesn't even need to be summer. Just give me like a 60, 70 degree day. That's all I need. 70 degrees so I can go cruise in the car with the windows down for a change. Instead of having to blast in the damn heater. Damn lingering. It's lingering. You threw up in my printer. You dang scavenger smoker. What? It's currently 27C, 81F in your room. Jeez. Are you mislingering? What? Oh, excuse me. Hello, baby. Down, down. Yeah, yeah. Ooh. Are you malingering? Yes. 'Cause it's good enough, you. Yeah. Those are... There's your pallets right there. We were talking about those when we watched the test footage. There's your Raptor pallets. See them? Did they just unload this in the rain? You know what, fellas? Alright, I'm just going to go outright and say it. SpaceX, you want to know the amount of fricks that SpaceX gives? They're unloading their rocket engines in the rain. You know what? Here's the thing. These are very finely precision machined pieces of equipment. You don't want them really rusting, right? And I know that, you know, if this was anybody else, they wouldn't be moving them out in the water. Or out in the wet, right? Meanwhile, SpaceX is over here, just moving around their engines on a forklift in the middle of a frickin' monsoon right now. And you know what? Like, I know that that's not a good thing for rocket engines, but I'm also not going to sit here and second guess SpaceX. If they think it's okay, then do it. But also, that's a Raptor engine being unloaded in the friggin' rain. That is quite strange. You know, usually I would say, yeah, I wouldn't want to move a rocket engine when it's raining outside. SpaceX does not care, clearly. So clearly the Raptor's good enough for it, right? Like, good enough to... Yeah! Sorry, I can't sing like Sammy. As long as everything is properly sealed, I don't see a problem. Yeah, it's just something... Yeah, no, yeah, Dankelberg, it should be fine. But also at the same time, like... Something like that seems wrong, but you know it's not because SpaceX is doing it, and I trust them. If they can move the rocket engines that they designed around in the water, please do. But also, like, really, it can do that? Something about it's still off. It's like something is wrong here, but I don't know what it is. It'll be drenched by the deluge system during launch anyway. That's fair. Ship 24's forward dome section moved to High Bay 1. Bum 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 ba 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 bum ba 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 bum ba 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 bum ba 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 bum. Get the frick up. Ba 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 bum. I'm sorry, that little forklift is moving that whole thing. It's just very funny to me. Yeah, right, Malika? Yeah, I'm with you. Dun 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 dun. Stop dun dun dun. Oh, they lifted it, and now they're gonna crown something with it. Reshow the forklift? It's just a Yoda. It's a Yoda forklift, Kuro. Oh, them new domes, though. Wow, that's nice. Yo, get that crap off the screen. Look. So they started to make the domes like they make the nose cones. See the old design over there? The old design has like petals on the outside, and then they have strips right here because it's straight, and then it gets concave at the top. See the difference in profile? This is actually a really good shot because you can see that this is one concurrent shape all the way up. They are deleting parts from the dome. That's a good way to put it, .com, for the people in the know. They're going to build the new Death Star. You think so, Streben? Hi, by the way. I saw when you said hi before, but I was talking about something else. How long until they're stamping domes and nose cones? Wouldn't that be something, Hellfish? Stamp the damn thing? I don't know if anybody manufactures a plate of stainless steel that big. But if they did, though, just... that would be really freaking cool, man. I mean, you know, stamping's one thing, but also, you know, they could die cast it. You know, Elon has some experience with, you know, die cast stamping aluminum, so... Imagine the size of that press. That would make me very happy. Right, Buck? Yeah. I still don't know what those things are, to be honest. It could be a mini fridge for all I know. The old U.S. battleship plate foundries could probably do it. Yeah, if those even exist anymore, Creation, because, you know... Let's just do what we did with the Saturn V with any obsolete technology, right? Like, no, battleships are pretty useless, but also it'd be really nice if we had more. All right, that was that one. We got one more here. They're stretch formed entropy. Those ones? I think that's ULA that stretch forms them, unless you know something about those new domes that I don't. They look like they're welded into position, but I could be wrong. Please, let me know. Bro, that's cool. See, the nose cones are made in the same way. More parts for the wide bay, or high bay 2. Yeah, Buck, that's what I was saying earlier. It's kind of crazy how refined it's getting. I wonder what that flooring is for. Oh, there's the big boy crane. Dude, look at that. That's a door right there. Man, those are big cranes up there. So this channel has somebody sitting outside the perimeter where SpaceX builds this stuff all day, filming every day. Boca Chica Gal, Mary, and Nick. Yeah, 2 people actually. And then Das has the Starbase robots. Yeah. Yeah, SpaceX lets them too. It's pretty crazy. Yeah, there's Lab Padre, South Padre Island. There's a bunch of people that do this. RGV, yeah, pretty cool, huh? My favorite part about this is that, you know, SpaceX lets them do it. It's not like they're just sitting out there. You know, SpaceX could tell them to frick off if they wanted to, but they don't. They're like, yeah, keep filming. Pretty cool, huh? Ooh, what's that? I've never seen that part before. What is that thing? Yeah, I don't know what that was. I don't know what that was. It said a dome rig. Interesting. Man, that factory's getting built real fast, man. That was part of the Stargate. Yeah, it certainly looked like it, Perseus. If I didn't know what I was looking at, I'd be like, yep. Yeah, that makes sense. Oh, Rooster, SpaceX doesn't frick around, dude. And you know what the craziest part of all this? They're doing it again at the Cape. They're building another this at the Cape right now. It's nuts. And they're building another Starship launch pad at the Cape as well. I really think they're going to have an actual office building site here on site soon. I do too. And I think it's going... Womp, 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 womp. That's what's left of Ship 21. Oof. Oof. It's so sad. I think the office building is going up there. There, I said it. That's 2 to 3 stories right there, this little top section. I mean, and clearly there's the top of the crane, and then there's something on top of this. I think they're going to put the office building up there. Yeah, there, I said it. Poor Chip 21. Well, that's gonna get scrapped. For the glass floor to see the rocket? Maybe. Bird. Chevy. Dodge. Is it just me, or does that look like city skylines? Minus the dome part. Watch the traffic. That's strange. It looks like cities, dude. It looks like cities, man. Bobcat. Yeah, did you see the skid steer go around? Bobcat? I call them Bobcats. Everybody calls them skid steers. That's a pouring crew right there. I don't know what that is. That is a big metal part. Yeah, Malachi, I'm with you on that one, right? Can I have that, please? Turk! That one's happy. Yeah, Striven, I agree with you. Yeah, and so I call them Bobcats too, but Skid Steer is the name, Bobcat is the company. I understand that. But with that being said, everybody says Xerox machine, and you know what you mean, right? It is, Spartan, yeah. That's strange. I don't know what that is. Yeah, right. Yeah, Space Herp, I know what you mean. Stick welding. That's industrial weld. Look, that's an industrial welder. That's how you weld big, thick pieces of steel. Look, there's no flux core, there's no nothing, right? You just have a big metal stick and you arc the stick right into the weld. I did not use proper welding terminology there, I understand. But with that's industrial welding, stick welding. That's old school, man. But that's what you need. That's what you need to weld thick boy steel like this. That's cool, man. Stick welding is a hell of a trade to get into. That's industrial welding. That's hardcore welding. What he's gonna do? Watch. I don't even need to watch the footage. I'll tell you right now. He's gonna finish that weld, and then he's gonna get another stick and just keep going. Because when you do industrial welding, you have to layer beads on top of each other. So you put one down, and then you put another down on top of it. 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 See? Start over at the other side again. Yeah. He'll chip the slag first. Yeah, exactly. Yep. I don't know what that is. Field machining equipment. Interesting. Ah, yes. In-place machining company from Milwaukee, Wisconsin, which is Algonquin for the good land. I think one of the most interesting aspects of Milwaukee is that it's the only major American city to have 3 socialist mayors. Does this guy know how to party or what? Huh? Huh? Huh. Okay. Hey, Clayton. That's a good use for a tire. Party on, Foo Face. We're not worthy. We're scum. We suck. If I ever meet Elon Musk, I will do that. Mark my words. No, not the we're not worthy part. I'll probably end up doing that. But if I ever did, I'd be like, does this guy know how to party or what? Huh? Okay. You know what? He'll probably get it, but I've never seen him quote Wayne's World before. So he quoted Spaceballs. He does a lot of Spaceballs things. So maybe a Spaceballs quote would be better. Ask him about Dogecoin? No. No, you won't. No, I won't. You can imagine what it'd be like if I did, though, huh? Huh? Found anything yet? Not a thing, sir! What about you? Nothing, sir. We ain't found nothing! You may not like it, chat, but that's what peak efficiency looks like. Look at how happy that guy is. That guy, look at how happy he is. Me in my next life. You see how happy he is? He's like, yep, this is great. That just made my day, dude. That just made my day. I didn't notice it until the end. Look at how happy that dude is. He's like, yep, I've peaked. Look. Oh my god, that guy's pumped. He's like, yep. Hey. The nod, right? Oh my goodness. I made it. Yep. There's low headroom up there, guys. Be careful. You get caught around this area without wearing a hard hat, they scoop your brains out with a goddamn soup ladle. On my way to carry your mom. Oh my god. Yeah, Malachi, right? Starship is... So, Moose, it might be a dumb question. No. But is Starship the whole rocket or the top part? And if so, what's the bottom part called? Well, if I'm remembering right, the whole thing is called Starship Transportation System. Yeah, Elon nicked the STS name. I don't know how to feel about that. So, the whole thing is called STS, supposedly. That's what he said it in an interview one time. Starship is, if I say Starship, I mean the upper stage. The first stage for STS is called Super Heavy. Just like, think about it like this. You go to the STS that I like, the space shuttle, right? You know, if you see a shuttle on the pad, you don't say a shuttle stack. Or you don't say the space transportation system, you just say the space shuttle. But there's also the boosters and the external tank. But the whole thing is just colloquially called the shuttle, right? Because it centers around the space shuttle. Similar naming convention with Starship, believe it or not. But if you see a shuttle landing, you don't say, the orbiting vehicle has landed. Because that's its technical name. The shuttle is an OV, orbiting vehicle. They actually called it the Starship Launch System. Thomas, I remember Elon saying in a presentation, Starship Transportation System, but knowing that, like, we haven't heard anything about that, Moose, in a really long time. So, because, I mean, SpaceX could have changed the name to Techno Viking Spaceship for all we know. I mean, I frankly wouldn't be surprised if they did. So, I don't know what the name of the whole project is, so you kind of just say Starship as the whole project. But if we're like, I guess context matters in terms of like talking about stages. Starship is the second stage. Super Heavy is the first stage. Nice, Kane. Hell yeah. Shiny Metal Flapping Boy. Yep. I still like BFR. Yeah, who doesn't? Shut up, Tomas. Shut up. No problem, dude. Man, that's cool. Ferg. Yep. Yep. They're working on the QD. SSH, Starship Super Heavy or Secure Shell. DNS, Department of National Starships. Or ISP, International Starship Project. No? Alright, cool. Any word at all when there might be a launch? Well, I have a little bit on that after this footage is done. They moved the new Starship Quick disconnect to the pad today and lifted it into place. Yep, and there's the mount for it right there. You made a meme. It's a good meme. It's a good meme. All right, so today is the 28th. The programmatic environmental assessment should be done here. Should have been done today, but Eric Berger is reporting this, and he's just looking at the FAA website. Checks calendar. Check Starship permitting status in South Texas. Environmental review and permitting status in progress. Estimated completion date of environmental review and permitting.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hellbore, damn it! Move this off the screen. You're ruining my joke! Thank you. Thank you for the 74 months, man. Now get up from behind there. You're ruining the paint. You're ruining my joke! Still 2 out of 5 complete, with one being 6 days overdue. Yeah, see that? See that? Yeah. Yeah, that's probably it's probably not happening. I'll be surprised if they get it done, everything done by tomorrow. But you know, stranger things have happened. This is, of course, the FAA. This is the review for the programmatic environmental. Rewind 15 seconds. This is the review for the programmatic environmental assessment for SpaceX to be able to launch stuff into space from Boca Chica down in Texas, the launch site that I was just showing you guys. It's been under environmental review pretty much since SN11 popped. Pretty much. Is your PC clock out of sync or is it just me? I don't know, man. Yes? It looks to be a little bit fast. I don't change it, guys. It just does that itself. I'm hitting the synchronize your clock button, and now my computer's getting confused. Is this a hard thing to do, or? There we go. Now we're pretty synced up. Okay, so I don't think that that's gonna happen. If it does, I'd be pretty surprised. The programmatic environmental assessment is basically wondering what the environmental impacts of SpaceX launching from Boca Chica, what it could be. I'm not entirely sure why it's taking so long. The FAA has cited interagency consultation for why it's taking so long, which is interesting because that was the whole point of giving the FAA jurisdiction over, you know, environmental assessments of spaceports, was to not do that. But yeah, it's, I don't know what to tell you guys. Like, the pad clearly isn't done. SpaceX doesn't have enough Raptors to do an orbital flight test because they said that they're not going to do tests with Raptor 1s. So, yeah. I don't know, man. What did you do to that poor Kerbal in the bottom left? She was doing that on her own. I don't know. I can't, like, .com, they're scaling off of each other. It's like, you know, they could push to give them a permit to mess with it, like, to launch, right? But if SpaceX isn't ready, then of course they're going to extend it out. I don't think they're, like, hamstringing SpaceX along. I really don't think that's what's going on. Like, don't attribute malice what you could attribute to incompetence, you know what I mean? Like, but I don't think the FAA is incompetent in it by any means, you know what I mean? Like, I think this is their first time doing this, and there's a lot on your plate, because there is a wildlife reserve basically next to Boca Chica. So why was SpaceX given permission for the hops in the short time windows and not these launches? Is it because they are trying orbital? Well, Bagel Buddy, here's the thing. The original programmatic environmental assessment that was completed for Boca Chica was for Falcon 9s. It was for Falcon 9s, and it really didn't cover doing suborbital hop testing. Now, you know, there are people that don't like Elon out there that say, oh, when they launched, what was it, SN11 or something, they violated the testing criteria because they launched too much too fast per the original assessment. The original programmatic assessment called for like maybe 6 Falcon 9 launches every year, not a test every couple of weeks like what they were doing. So, you know, people are saying like, oh, they willingly violated that, or other people saying no, testing doesn't count because it's an orbital launch, right? Or it's not an orbital launch, it's just a suborbital test flight. So I don't know. I personally think that the FAA, this is the FAA's first time authorizing a new spaceport, which is power that was given to them in 2019, I think. The idea what they did was because of the expanding commercial market at the time, they made it so you didn't have to go to a bunch of different government alphabet agencies to get permission to launch something. They didn't deregulate. They consolidated everything under the FAA because they wanted to treat flying into space like flying airplanes, which makes sense. It's really smart. They put everything under one-stop shop, or at least that was the plan. All launches now have to go through the FAA, and only the FAA. I mean, there's obviously the range and the customer and everybody else, but like the FAA gives you all the back end stuff, like environmental analysis, like launch trajectory, no fly zones, communications. It's all done through the FAA now, like it is for planes. The FAA does programmatic environmental assessments on every new airport or every new runway that gets built. They do that all the time. I think because this is the first time that they're doing it with a spaceport, they're taking their time. I think that's much more realistic. I think that's a much more realistic example of what's going on. However, that doesn't necessarily explain why they let them launch SN8, SN9, SN10, SN11, SN15, and then gave an okay to launch 16, 17, 18, 19, but SpaceX ultimately never did it. I'm not exactly sure why it was okay then, but not okay now. But once again, I think that's what they're trying to figure out. Maybe they didn't take into account SN11 grenading itself and basically shrapnel bombing Boca Chica, which is exactly what it did. They're still picking up pieces of it. So I don't know. I don't really know. Like, and I know I'm not even looking at chat for this part because I know people are gonna blame a politician somewhere. Like, honestly, nice. Thanks for, you know, not taking time to critically think about this. I appreciate it. You know, it's just it's not making my job any easier, that's for sure. But I really don't think that's what's going on. Like, I really don't. You know, this is the first time the FAA is authorizing a new spaceport. Hopefully the first of many. But it's going to take some time. I'm going to blame you. Is that all right? That's fine. You know, like, fellas, don't blame the vice president or the president or the last president or the last vice president. I don't know, man. Do you really think it goes right to the top like that? That's not how the system is built. It's built to be a bureaucratic nightmare by design. That makes a lot more sense in my mind than one particular person or not. But I don't know, man. What do I know? Who knows? All your fault. SMH my head. Seems unsafe to speed through an unprecedented rule check. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know, guys. It could, but on the other hand, it could be that. What I'm trying to tell you is that I don't think it's one, like, I'm leaning more on the side of just bureaucratic nonsense, but not nonsense, but you get what I'm saying. But who knows? I don't know. I don't know the answer. We'll probably never know the answer. Hopefully, it'd be really nice if tomorrow they're like, yeah, you can launch. But even now, I don't think SpaceX is ready, you know? That's neat, Flecken. What's that? That's cool. Very cool. It's because SpaceX didn't bake enough cookies for the FAA to join. Now, you know what? Who said that? Moose, I'm just going to go ahead and say that that's the reason. It should be ready tomorrow, guys, but clearly this touched a nerve with some folks in chat. You just remember, you know, off-the-cuff political statements make my job and the mod's job way harder. You know, I had to deal with this crap from 2016 to 2020, and now I have to deal with this crap again from different people. Like, now I have to deal with it from 2020 to 2024 just from different people. Like, please don't make my job harder. Please. Encourage critical thinking, because that's what we should be doing no matter what. And that's what I've been trying to do no matter what. I can't tell you how many times from 2016 to 2020, I had to explain what the Space Force does, and I explained it, and it makes perfect sense, and I still think it makes perfect sense, and, you know, everybody at the time was like, no, that's a dumb idea, and now everyone's like, yeah, you know, it's okay. It's like, don't make my job harder, man. Don't make my job harder. Stop doing that. It's already difficult as it is. You're tearing me apart, Lisa. You're tearing me. Oh, hi, chat. Oh, EJ, you're my favorite streamer. Okay, what's new with you? Goodbye. Here, look at this grid fin. It looks like they got a new super heavy grid fin design there. Vote for Pedro. Now, that's something I think we can all get behind. Now I want cookies. Damn it. Alright, what else do we got? Hellfish, you linked this a second ago, which I thought was actually pretty cool. This one's also coming from Eric Berger over at ours. Let's see what we got. Benji Reed of SpaceX is now speaking on a spaceflight panel, talking about launching. A high flight rate is so very, very important. So important. We should be launching every day, every hour. Executives from Boeing and Lockheed sitting next to him look on with poker faces. We're big believers in firm fixed price contracts. Contracts should be firm fixed price. These comments earned him additional hard stares. Boeing's John Mulholland has a different view on NASA contracts. For beyond low Earth orbit, he says, we've got to be really thoughtful. NASA needs to own these systems. There are some areas that NASA still needs to drive and own and be the technical powerhouse. Well, that's John Mulholland right there. That's Benji Reed. Oh, Homer Hickam replied. Okay, from October Sky, Rocket Boys. Did he say why? There's really no good reason why. There's really no good reason I can think of. In my opinion, NASA should do the R&D on new things, but otherwise needs to hand over the technology to more limber institutions. It may join with them, but otherwise... It may join with them, but otherwise they need to retire its operational marching army. Huh, interesting. Yeah, Zonku. That's always the first thing I said and it's the first thing I still say to this day about Space Force. It's nothing we haven't been doing since the 1960s. I tried to tell people that 4 or 5 years ago, and they were like, no, it's fascism in space. And I'm like, dude, what the frick? And Zonku, I even got private messages saying that I was a fascist for supporting Space Force. Serious. I'm not making that up. Why would I make that up? I'm like, bro, what's going on? In a DM, Hellfish, yeah, oh yeah. I ignored them. I didn't reply, and I'm not gonna waste my time. Yeah, I mean. Dude, somebody called me a commie the other day for saying that NASA should get a bigger budget for launching people to the moon. Oh, true story. They probably were kidding, to be fair. They were probably kidding, yeah. Like, why do you support big government programs? I'm like, because it's NASA. And they're like, why? Well, commie. I'm like, okay. I'm like, all right. Okay, sure. What is Space Force? I really don't know. They're they're a branch of the military technically, but they serve under the Air Force, just like how the Marine Corps serves under the Navy. So what Space Force does is basically it centers around two big things: space debris management and space situational awareness. Know what's going on in space and make sure nothing hits our satellites. Straight up. That has a lot of crossover. That has a lot of crossover and overlap with NASA, to be honest with you. Space Force has a bunch of telescopes. That's how they figure out where stuff is. They just point the telescope up and look. Because you can figure out a lot about something's orbit just by how fast it moves across the sky. Astronomers can figure out what type of orbit a thing is in, how fast it's going, the orbital eccentricity, longitude of ascending. You can figure out all the orbital parameters just by how fast it's going across the sky. That's basically what Space Force does. It's a bunch of nerd astronomers that just monitor satellites. And they work on space debris mitigation. They monitor satellites and they relay, oh, the ISS is on a collision course with this. Maybe we should do a maneuver or something. Literally that. The Air Force Space and Missile Systems, Air Force Space and Missile Systems has been doing that for like the past 50 years. Easily 50 years, 60 years. Yeah, it's nothing new. The reason why they spun off Space Force, so like why do it now? The reason why they spun off Space Force is because more people are launching things into space. Straight up. Just like in World War II, right? There was no Air Force. The Air Force wasn't a thing during World War II. It was the U.S. Army Air Corps. And then more people were flying planes around, so they made the Air Force. Oh yeah, Hizanka, you should have seen it. I short-circuited somebody one time because I was like, more money for Space Force is more money for space, and that's a good thing. And they, yeah, oh yeah, someone got really mad at me for saying that one time. Yeah, that was in like 2018 or something. Yeah, oh yeah, dude. And every time I try to, you know, say like the FAA isn't delaying them on purpose, I get flack all the time, dude. It is what it is. It's okay. I mean, it could be. I don't know. And maybe the Space Force is doing that. I don't freaking know. I'm just telling you what I read. Most of it's from primary sources, you know. I get it all the time, dude. You should see some of the stupid messages I get. Dude, Flat Earth Channel sent me a message the other day. Yep, that was exactly what you thought it was. And you know what I do? You know what I do with the vast majority of these messages? I ignore them. I don't even bother responding. I just laugh at them, click out of the message, and keep going on with my life. What's up, Pop? See, I got you, man. What's up? Would you say that the space sector as a whole is generally cooperative with each other? Absolutely. Absolutely, Moose. What it's all it's going to take is one person. It's like a buddy system almost. Think of it like a buddy system. One guy screws up, they all screw up because Kessler syndrome. That's absolutely a thing. Why do you think, like, despite what's going on down on the ground in Eastern Europe, on the ISS, virtually nothing has changed? Because everyone knows that you can't do anything dumb up there. And we are doing dumb things down here. Let me put it to you like that. It seems like SpaceX uses a lot of money on things just to have it upgraded or redesigned later. Do you think it would be better financially for them to just flesh out a design before they produce it? It's a good question, Pop. SpaceX takes a software engineering approach to building rockets. That's why they go so fast. They're using what's called an agile form of business, and everybody that knows what that word means just went, ugh. Basically, rapid prototyping and rapid iteration is how they do things. And that is faster. It is faster, but you're going to see a lot more things explode. Yeah, like SN11, SN10, SN9, SN8, SN7, SN4. See, Mark 1, Mark 2. Yeah. With this rapid prototyping, you see a lot more failures, but the thing is that you learn the most if something blows up. Yeah, you learn the most from failing, believe it or not. You ever done something dumb in your life, Pop? You ever done something really stupid? Like where you said something really stupid to somebody and it seemed like a good thing to say at the time, but then you think about it in context and you're like, wow, that was a really dumb freaking thing to say. You failed miserably, and now you're like, oh, yeah, I probably shouldn't say that again. You learn the most from failing, dude. It's true. I didn't fail. I found 10,000 ways to not succeed. Yeah, they got a word for that. It's called failing. My 4 ex-wives know I say stupid things sometimes. 4 ex-wives, Rooster? Man. Been to hell and back, dude. Jeez. Always fail forward. Yeah, I mean, and it stems into SpaceX that's how SpaceX tests things. Pop stems into a much larger ideology, which is what Hazangu said, failing forward. The worst type of failure is the stuff you don't learn anything from. You know, anybody ever played Far Cry? What is it? Far Cry 5? Have I ever told you the definition of insanity? It's doing the same thing every day, hoping that stuff is going to change. That is crazy. Just like that. That's what that alludes to. It's the same thing. I think that was 3. Which one was 5? 5 was the rural cult. That was a good game. Except they made a Deflategate joke in it, so I immediately stopped playing the game like right after that. Yeah, and I haven't picked it up since. Yeah. I can feel your judgment through the damn computer, and you know what? Shut up. Shut up. Shut your freaking dirty mouth. Shut up. I can feel it through the damn computer. Shut up. Bitter. I felt it through the computer. I'm like, no. 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 Little touchy there. It never happened. It never happened. It was invented by a writer. False. It's fiction. We made it up. We made it up. It never happened. It never happened. It never happened.
It's false. No way. Not this time. We created it. Not this time. No. Not this time. It's totally made up. Pure fiction. It's fiction. It's fiction. We made it up. We made this one up. It's a made-up tale. It's a total fabrication. It never happened. It never happened. This one was invented by a writer. Not this time. It never happened. It's false. It never happened. It's a fake. It's fiction. It's an urban legend that never happened. No way. We got you. Not a chance. Not this time. It never happened. It never happened. We made this one up. It's fiction. We made up this one. We made it up. Not this time. Wrong. Not this time. Not this time. You're wrong. Not this time. It never happened.
Never happened. All right. Let's play a couple hours of Summer Car here and then we'll go. All right. Okay. You mean My Summer Pain? Yeah. I just got in. Did you cover Sophia on Space News? Yeah. Jim, to the kids, you know what that's known as? A not pro-gamer move. Yep, that's what that's known as. It's not a very pro-gamer move, NASA. It's not very pro-gamer. It's a shame. It's fine. NASA doesn't want to be a pro-gamer. Did you cover WebBeb? What? That's not very cash money of you, NASA.